I was almost giddy when the priest agreed to perform the exorcism. Father Maxey is actually fairly well known in the area. He had completed several rather public exorcisms, one of them on a councilman's daughter that had changed the girl so drastically that others had trouble disagreeing with his abilities. While some people believed he was just a well-meaning shyster, many people believed he was the real deal. He seemed to be just what I needed in my current situation. Sitting in his office at St. Marco's, it seemed oddly humble for a man like him. There was no extravagance in his office, only the humble set pieces of a public servant. The wall behind him held a picture of the softball team that he coached, of happy parishioners at a picnic, and smiling children at the hospital where he had gone to speak. He sat behind a very normal desk that you could have probably found at any IKEA, and his chair squeaked a little, letting me know that it had likely served him for quite some time. Sitting across from him, though, I could tell that he was anything but average. He seemed to exude power as he sat smiling at me, and I was confident that he was the right man for the job. "One of my parishioners said that you had reached out. What can I do for you today, my child?" I tried to find the best way to start, and finally decided to be honest with him. There's an entity in my house, one who has become darker and darker the longer he stays. He's entrenched himself, and I don't know how to get him out. The priest nodded, pulling out a notepad and taking a pencil from the holder. "Go on." It was nothing at first. Small offerings, things that didn't need to be in my house anyway. But he started hurting my cats, and now both of them are gone. It's not uncommon for entities like this to target small things that can't defend themselves. Has this entity taken up inside someone you love? A child or a wife, perhaps? Actually, it's taken up in one of my cats. The priest looked at me as if trying to see if he had misheard me. "I'm sorry, did you say a cat?" I nodded, certain now that he would laugh and tell me that I was overreacting. He would tell me to stop wasting his time and send me on my way. Then I'd have to go home to my apartment and look at that large orange feline and see the realization there. He would know what I had done, know where I had been, and I would likely suffer for it. To my surprise, the priest told me to tell him more, and I sighed in relief, glad to have someone who believed me. I had been living with Calvin for a year now, but the problem hadn't started until a few months ago. He was such a delight at first, he and his brothers filling my home with joy, but that was before he had begun to bring me gifts. Calvin loved the extra attention, loved the treats I gave him because of those gifts, and so he kept finding them, despite my confusion as to where they were coming from. I didn't mind, not much. Calvin was a good boy, and he was making the house safer by catching and bringing me his gifts. His brothers didn't understand. They were jealous of what he was getting, and that's likely what led to our current state of affairs. His brother had taken one of his gifts, and now he was gone. Very soon they were both gone, and Calvin's gifts became darker. Now he was bringing me things that I'm going to have to start having trouble explaining, and so I figured it was time to enlist the help of a professional. As I finished, the priest furrowed his brow and circled something on the notepad. "Are you sure it's the cat?" he asked. He didn't seem skeptical. He sounded more like he wanted to be sure before he made plans. "I am," I told him. "What makes you so sure? It could very well be someone breaking in and leaving these things. It could be something else entirely, something that you're not seeing." I shook my head. "It's definitely him, Father. The way he looks at me, the way he acts, it's all so different than it was before the rats. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but he's not the same cat that I took in a year ago. The anger and the heat in his eyes isn't something I've ever seen in a cat before. It's almost human, and its intensity, I don't know how much longer it'll be content to let me wander around in its space." Father Maxey nodded, putting the notebook into his pocket as he reached under the desk for a leather bag that looked like a toiletry holder more than anything. "Very well, let's go." I was speechless. Just like that? My son, I've been in this business for a long time. I've learned to read people, and I can see that whatever this presence is, demonic or not, you are terrified of it. If my presence will help alleviate that terror, then I owe it to you and to God to go and have a look. Believe it or not, my calendar isn't as full as some people might think. I have to be back for evening mass in a few hours, but until then, I can go and help you with your problem. He begged my patience for a few minutes, as he took out the stole of his office and checked the bag to make sure he had the things he would need. He took a tin from his desk, and I saw that it was full of the host, the wafers they use for communion. He took an old worn Bible from his desk and placed it under one arm, as he told me to lead the way. He rode with me to my apartment, and the second we came to the front, I knew something was off. The sky over St. Marco's had been blue and clear, but the sky over my apartment was full of angry clouds, and the wind that whipped the father's robes felt like a hurricane. The people inside looked out the window and marked us, more than a few of them crossing themselves as we walked inside. I think they had felt a darkness gathering around the apartment as well, and they hoped that Father Maxey might be able to dispel whatever had been haunting them. There were police cars in front of the main office, and I could see the officers inside talking to the building supervisor. I tensed as we walked past them, not sure what fresh hell had happened while I was away. "Gavin," said the building super, "these men are here about the disappearance of the girl in E12. You haven't seen her recently, have you?" He seemed almost hopeful, and why shouldn't he be? His own child, his newborn baby, had gone missing less than a month ago. It had put a pall over the whole building, and sometimes you could hear him roving up and down the halls, calling for her at night. The bottle in his hand led us all to believe that the drink had driven him to it. He hoped that maybe if they found this girl, the 9-year-old who had so often skipped down the stairs on her way to school, that they would find his baby as well. They would all be safe and sound together, and the girl's family wouldn't be the only one to have a happy reunion that day. I personally doubted they would ever find a trace of either of them, unless the offering I had flushed had made its way into the sewer somehow. I told him I didn't know, but I got the feeling that the priest didn't quite believe me. The police said that if I discovered any information, to let them know immediately, and I said that I would. One of them, an older cop with a salt and pepper mustache, didn't seem like he believed me either. But he let me leave, and as we went upstairs, the old priest asked me about it. "You suspect that the missing girl is connected with your problem, don't you?" I didn't look at him, but I nodded. I've found things in the apartment the last few weeks. Hair barrettes and small toys, a kid's shoe under the couch, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him about the little foot. "And yet, you came to me, instead of the police." I almost laughed. "Father, I barely thought you would believe me. Imagine what kind of luck I would have, going to the cops and telling them that the missing children they've been searching for are being taken by a 20-pound house cat." He accepted my answer, but I started to wonder if I should have told anyone about it. I've been getting rid of things I find, putting them at the bottom of my garbage and praying that no one would find them. I knew what it would mean if they did. They might not believe that a cat had done it, but they would certainly believe that I had done it. They would find no evidence of my involvement, nothing besides Calvin's grisly trophies, but that would be enough. I'd be spending my time on death row after that, and Calvin would be free to roam again. We came out of the stairwell, and it almost seemed like the lights on my floor were dimmer. The budget for lights had likely never been very large, but a strange haze seemed to cover everything, and it made the whole floor look darker. I saw the father take something out of his pocket, and I was not surprised to see it was a crucifix. He had noticed it too, and he wasn't about to walk blindly into the den of evil. When we came to the door of my apartment, he put a hand on my shoulder as I slid the key in. "Open the door, but let me go in first." "Are you sure that's wise?" "I don't want whatever this is to have a chance to take you and make my job harder. Let me go in first, and follow behind me. I will do what must be done, and one way or another, your problems will be at an end." I didn't much care for the implications, but I suppose there was no other way. I turned the lock and opened the door. The darkness in the hallway had been nothing compared to the darkness in my apartment. It was the middle of the day. Even with the clouds outside, there should have been some ambient light. Instead, the inside of the apartment was as black as midnight. It almost felt like a blackout, but only for my particular unit. I reached in to try to flip the switch, but the priest pushed my hand away and stepped into the doorway. His crucifix sprung to life, the brightness that of a spotlight with a huge lumen count. Inside the apartment, I could see Calvin sitting on the back of the couch and looking questioningly at us. He had his head cocked to the side, as if to ask what we were doing, and it was such a normal gesture from a cat that I almost doubted what I had felt. Had I been wrong? Had I misread the situation? Now I had drugged this priest from his duties and wasted his time. I started to apologize to the old man, but one look at his face told me that he did not share my opinion. As he began to chant in low but solid Latin, Calvin went crazy. He fell off the back of the couch, beginning to roll on the hardwood, and as the priest advanced on him, he didn't let up at all. Calvin was writhing in pain, his eyes wide as if to ask what was happening. The priest took something out of the bag with his free hand, his eyes never leaving the cat. When he spritzed him with the holy water, Calvin rolled and leaped at him. It was so quick that I didn't think the priest had been expecting it, and when the scratch appeared on his cheek, he dropped the bottle and reeled back in pain. He never dropped the crucifix, though, the glowing talisman seeming to be a part of his body. Calvin scampered off into the house, and I could swear that the fur he left behind was singed. There was a smell in the air like burning hair, and as I made to go after him, the priest put an arm out to stop me. "Stay with me. He's a wily old soul. He'll have you if he's able, now that his latest form is compromised." He really is a demon, then?" I asked, not sure if I had ever really believed it. I was behind the priest as we tracked towards the kitchen, but I could still see his nod in the gloom. "There are many such demons who hide in animals, because they know it's not what humans expect. This allows them to work great evil, knowing that their unwitting owners will not believe that their favorite pet is capable of such things." As we came into the kitchen, I could see the light from the fridge as it suddenly spilled across the floor. The intrusion into the blackness made me nervous, but the priest seemed to expect it. He lifted some of the host from the tin, holding it like he meant to throw it. The harsh light was the only illumination in the space, but I instinctively looked up as we came in, catching the eyes just before he leapt. Calvin had always had a thing for being up high, and not a day went by that I didn't have to shoo him off the top of the cabinets. For an old guy, the priest was amazingly agile. He spun before I could even warn him, pressing the host to Calvin's face as he came screeching down on us. As it disintegrated, he grabbed him by the throat and bore him to the ground, pressing the crucifix to his brow as the cat clawed at him. I could see the priest's arm growing red as the skin was torn, but he held him against the linoleum, chanting Latin at the flailing beast. The cross glowed brightly, the harsh fluorescence sending steam up from the fluffy tom, and when his hand suddenly released, there was nothing left but some flying bits of fur and the harsh jingle of his collar as it fell to the ground. The priest sucked in a breath of pain, but smiled as he shook the remaining ginger strands from his fingers. "I'm sorry. It appeared that the demon wasn't inside your cat." I looked at him strangely, not quite getting it. The demon was your cat. I don't know why it took him so long to manifest, or even what brought it on, but your furry friend was of hell. I have sent him back, but if you notice anything strange in the future, don't hesitate to call me." He took his leave then, refusing any form of payment, and I'm happy to say that most of the oddities around the apartment have ceased. The girl from floor E was the last one to go missing, and some of that gloom that hung around the apartment has faded. No sign of the children was ever found, but I pray that their parents find some solace as time goes on. I got a dog to replace Calvin, a German shepherd that was looking for a good home, and he seems pretty happy to be my new friend. He does bark at nothing from time to time, especially in the kitchen, but I'm sure that's just a normal thing for dogs to do. I miss Calvin sometimes, and I still mourn him and his brothers and the lives that were lost to this hell kitty, but I'm sure that he's where he belongs now. I sat across from him, looking into the eyes of this insane, sane young man, and wondering why I was here. Mr. Murphy, do you know why I'm here today? I've been a therapist for nearly 15 years, and I like to think that I've seen a lot in that time. Every therapist has war stories. The clients you help and the situations that sprang from them create a rich tapestry that you can really only talk about with other therapists. I've worked with the police for the last 5 years, creating profiles and helping them get in the minds of serial killers and other undesirables. It's fascinating work, but this was the first time I'd ever been called to a case like this. I'd been called by the police to prove the guilt of a man found too insane to stand trial in the first place. You're here to prove that I'm competent enough to be put to death. He said this as though he were saying he wanted a Coke and a Big Mac for dinner that evening. I sat across from him, making notes on my steno pad as he rattled his chains and sat attached to a chair that had been welded to the ground. The staff clearly felt he was a danger to me, but I felt no less safe with him than I had with any other client. Patients rarely try to hurt their therapists, despite it being a bit of a trope. Patients usually see us as a surrogate father or a missing source of attention that they ultimately strive for. Less than 30% of patients ever try to hurt their doctor, and in my circle, it was less than 10% among therapists that I knew. I was about to become part of that minority, though I didn't know it yet. I turned on my tape recorder and sat it between us. Are you sane enough to be punished for your crimes, Mr. Murphy? The man sat accused of killing 7 young women before his breakdown in court. He sat across from me as placid as a mackerel. He looked very different from the mugshot that was in his file. His crew cut had been replaced with a short, bristly buzz cut, and his suit was now no better than pajamas and house slippers. On his contemporaries, these garments looked like the trappings of a mental defect, but on Murphy they appeared as natural as the pajamas he might wear at home. He wore them comfortably. They did not hang off of him as though they were only there to cover his modesty. Had I not heard the tapes from his trial, tapes found after the incident, I would have thought a great miscalculation had been made. If I were the judge and this man was in my courtroom, I would have probably set him loose again. As sane as you are, he stated, smiling a little as he said it. And yet, the doctors here are certain that you suffer from the same delusions you claimed to suffer from 8 months ago. If seeing things that I know are real is a delusion, then I guess I still do, yes. I made a note of that before turning back to him. You're referring to the smiling shadows? I asked, trying not to smile when I said it. Crazy people rarely take kindly to being mocked, even if it's just something insinuated from the tone of voice. If that's what you choose to call them, then yes, he answered haughtily. What do you call them, Mr. Murphy? He looked at me steadily, and I felt a little shiver run through me as he held eye contact. Those piercing blue eyes that held me had probably watched 7 women die. They call themselves the Gallery, and I can assure you that they are very real. When was the first time you saw this Gallery? At the trial. They came to mock me. The Gallery was present at your trial, I asked. No one was really aware of what had happened at the trial, except for Mr. Murphy and the bailiff who had come to remove him. They had been the only 2 survivors that day, 30 people having died in what the police were calling a gas leak, though it seemed to be a little too cleanly nipped up for me. This wasn't the first time Murphy had spoken of these smiling shadows, and maybe if they could break through the delusion, some new information on the perpetrator could be discovered. The Gallery was there, yes, but I was unaware of them until the very last. When my last victim stood up just as I was leaving the stand, That was the first time I became aware that the gallery was there at all. The entire courtroom began to fill with their terrible laughter, and that was when I snapped. No one laughs at me. That last bitch could have told you that, but when she came up out of the crowd, came up laughing at me, I couldn't take it anymore. That was when you gave your confession of sorts, I asked. Yeah, I guess you could say that, he said begrudgingly. I had heard the tapes from the courtroom myself. He had gone from polite and articulate to a frothing berserker in the course of a few seconds. He admitted to everything. He admitted to killing her, told them how she laughed at him, and his ranting had hit a fever pitch as he was dragged from the courtroom. The judge had tried to call for order, but a soft titter of laughter could be heard from the stand just before the tape had abruptly gone off. Had the gas had some effect on Mr. Murphy's mental state, perhaps? Had he inhaled just enough to make him go off the rails as he was being led away? You still don't believe that I saw them, though, do you? He asked. I shrugged at him. Are you seeing them now? I am, actually, he said, looking at the corner just over my shoulder. In fact, this was their idea. The gallery wants you to be sent to death row, I asked skeptically. As a matter of fact, they do, and so do I. They want me to be sent there so badly that they're willing to break their cardinal rule. Oh, and what might that be? Apparently, they don't just appear to anyone, Mr. Murphy said. They're very selective about who they choose to reveal themselves to. That time, though, is coming to an end. They're getting ready to show themselves to the whole world, but there are still places that are hard for them to get to. Old places. Places of power. Places where they gain more power. If I have to trade my life, a life outside of this nut house, then I will do so gladly. I nearly scoffed at him. What leads you to believe that I will find you sane? With this sort of behavior you're displaying, I think this place might be the best spot for you. Because you're not a man of faith, are you, Doc? You're a man of facts. And there's no way that you could keep me here in good conscience if you knew they were real. In that highly unlikely situation, I suppose you're right, I said. Well then, Doc, I guess I've just got one request. I looked up curiously with dread for what it was he meant to ask me. Turn around and say hello. He was smiling as he pointed to the corner behind him, and I snorted a little laugh, deciding to play along with him. I turned my head slowly, expecting to see nothing more than an excuse to leave him in the puzzle factory for a good long time. I never guessed that I would see a reason to admit myself sitting in that corner. My steno pad fell to the ground, making a sharp clack as it did so. It was hunched in the corner, down on all fours and leering at me in a perverse way. Though the lights were on, it almost seemed to exist in a pool of murky light. Its smooth, dark head was devoid of eyes, its nostrils looking like they had been bored with a power tool. Its arms ended in long claws, its legs in a toadish splay of feet, but its teeth were the worst. Its grin was skinned back, no lips to cover those shiny white teeth, and they looked almost too big for its head. Though it never opened its jaws, I could hear it emitting a low chuckle, like a laugh track in a sitcom. The laughter was perverted, unclean, like the owner was just making the sound because it knew that people were supposed to like laughter. It sounded like the laughter of brains too mad to comprehend laughter properly. Sounds like the laughter you hear in hell, don't it, Doc? Murphy asked, and I jumped as I remembered that he was still there. How? How did you do that? I asked, unable to take my eyes off the creature. Me? Oh no, you don't seem to understand. They live here. They like this place. They can rattle the chimes of anybody in here for as long as they need to, and get whatever it is they live off from us. Fortunately for me, they can't or won't do it. I won't work as food for them, so they decided to make a deal. They whisper to me at night, telling me what I have to do, and so I've done it. Now you know I'm not crazy. You know that I'm as sane as any other inmate in Stragview. You can't, in good conscience, leave me here with these normal crazy people. I might take advantage of them, or hurt them like I hurt those girls. He smiled as he said it. That smile told me all I needed to know about Murphy. He was as sane as any garden-variety sociopath, and he belonged with his own kind. Still, I really didn't want to give him what he wanted. What if I told him that you are insane, and that you have to... The shadowy thing was in my ear, a clawed finger sliding over my throat as it breathed oozy words into my unwilling ear. Then we drive you to this place some night, and let him make you his next victim. Murphy shrugged. It's not as if I can't convince someone else to sign off on the paperwork. Why not save yourself a lot of trouble, eh, Doc? As I lay here in my bed, after having escaped that hellish place, I can't help but shake as I remember my weakness. He smiled at me as they let him out, thanking me for getting him out of there. He went away pretty meekly for a man going to the needle. It didn't change things, though. They may not be waiting for me in the dark corners of my room, but I can still see their grinning faces when I close my eyes. As I left, I saw them all around me, milling about, making their way between their charges. I can't unsee them, but I'm afraid they will haunt my mind forever. Maybe I'll stop seeing them once they drag me away to the nut house, but it sounds like my only respite may be at the end of a needle too. She's been asking for you for weeks, Mr. Barger. I had hoped we would see a little more of you after Halloween. Killian sighed, rubbing his temples as if there was anything there to pain him. The agency had been running him ragged lately. It seemed that for someone who was often a persona non grata, Killian was their go-to facilitator for cases they couldn't solve or, more likely, did not want to risk their other agents on. Killian had never met these mysterious higher-ups, but the longer he worked for them, the more he thought of them as bastards. When the hospital called him, he realized that he hadn't seen Madeline in nearly 5 weeks.
The agency keeps me busy, Nurse Radcliffe, as you know.
Nurse Radcliffe was dressed for work in the tent hospitals of World War I, and her speech was as crisp as her dress. Mr. Barger, what I understand is that you have a responsibility for this child, or have you forgotten? Killian wanted to flash at her, but he knew she wasn't just talking to wound. He had stood before the agency board and vouched for Madeline, telling them that she was redeemable. Madeline had no clue of this, of course. She'd been in the asylum receiving treatment, but Killian knew that he hadn't forgotten. Madeline was important to him, and somewhere in the rush of cases, he'd forgotten that.
What can you tell me about what's happened?
As he rounded the corner and came to the entrance of her ward, however, the answers became apparent. Where the doors and glass windows should have been, there was only one door, and it looked more like the front door of a house. She has created her own premises, it would appear. Killian whistled. That was pretty serious. Ghosts could create premises from their memories pretty easily. When Killian stepped into a comfy living room, or a dirty trailer, or someone's first apartment from the 1960s, it was usually because the resident spook was broadcasting their memories over the space. It was a comfortable lie they told themselves, so they could continue to pretend that they weren't dead and live a life as usual. Killian had never seen the movie Beetlejuice, but he would have sympathized with the ghosts of the deceased couple, since they seemed incapable of projecting a premises. Ghosts who couldn't usually either moved on, or more likely, acted out and became Geists. Fewer ghosts ever created premises in the aether, the spot between life and death. A ghost might have a niche, like Killian's office, in a spot they were familiar with, but not a full-fledged premises. To create one here was like manifesting serenity at a heavy metal concert. It wasn't impossible, but God, was it difficult.
How long has she been in there?
Killian put a hand on the door to test its solidity. There was no give in the wood. It was as real as it had been in life. 2 days, Nurse Radcliffe said. That's when we called you. She won't let any of us in, and there are patients trapped in there as well.
Has anyone from the agency been informed?
Killian was almost afraid of the answer. If the agency found out that Madeline had created her own little pocket dimension and was holding spirits hostage, there would be no arguing on her behalf this time. They would send her on, whether she was ready or not. You're the only one from the agency we have called so far. I was hoping that someone could do something less drastic to reach her. Translation, she knew as well as Killian did what would happen if they found out what was going on here.
I appreciate that. If I don't come back, call Carla at the agency. She'll know what to do.
Nurse Radcliffe nodded. Good luck, Mr. Barger. I've become quite fond of that little girl, so don't you dare go in there and half-ass it. Killian winked.
If there's one thing I'm good at, ma'am, it's whole-assing the important things.
Killian reached for the door, and when it opened, he sighed in relief. When it opened onto the foyer of a large house, Killian stepped inside and tried not to wince as it slammed shut behind him. Killian had stepped into several such places as this, but this one was by far the oddest. Not to say that Madeline's corner of reality was particularly strange, but most of the premises Killian found himself in were strange fantasy settings. Others were brooding areas, full of hurt and spoiled feelings. He had stepped into noir-esque bars, womb-like spaces with sweating walls and weeping atmospheres, all of them telling him about the spirit without saying a word. By contrast, Madeline's realm was almost mundane, but possessed a level of polish that Killian had never seen before. He walked from the sterile, dimly lit hospital corridor into the foyer of a charming Midwestern home. No home had ever existed like this, and it was more like the TV shows that Killian had often seen in his adulthood. Boots and shoes were lined up in a mudroom, and hats and coats hung off the coat hook over them. The hallways were lined with pictures of smiling children and happy families, and Madeline seemed to be present in all of them. From down the hall, Killian could hear the raised voices of laughing adults and the happy gabbling of playing children. It sounded like a party was going on down there. A party, or maybe a family reunion. Killian stepped carefully down the worn wooden boards of the hallway. He wanted to draw his gun, wanted its warm weight to reassure him, but he knew that might be a mistake. Madeline had never actually hurt him, been incapable the one time she tried, but this was not the world of the living. This was her world, and if she wanted to hurt Killian, she could. Killian realized that wit, and not a bullet, would be the winner of this day, and smartly put any thoughts of violence from his head. He wasn't even really sure he could shoot the kid in the first place. At the end of the hall was a long dining table, full of smiling faces and pleasant conversation. They were all dressed in their Sunday best, sitting around the plates of food and cups of various libations. They were all talking, but none of them seemed to be talking to each other. They were all speaking to the one who sat at the head of the table, and Killian was not surprised to find that it was Madeline. She was in a place of honor, like the queen of some tiny community, and as Killian entered, he was unsurprised to see someone that looked like him sitting on her left. His doppelganger did not seem surprised to see him either. After all, these were all constructs of Madeline's imagination, and it wasn't unthinkable that if she could not have the real Killian, she would create a pale shadow of him. Looking closer at the seated guests, however, let him know that they were not completely her constructs. Just like ghosts had death masks, Madeline had forced her will over the spirits that shared the ward with her. Beneath the face of what might be a smiling aunt was the scared visage of an enthralled spirit. Beneath the laughing mask of a cousin or an uncle was the screaming face of someone who only wanted to take their own death mask again. This was different than what Madeline had done to the children in the parking garage. She had gathered them, taking them into her embrace. These were her playthings, and they were here against their will. As he stood at the vacant end of the table, all conversations ceased. They looked like gunfighters, ready for the opening salvo, and when Madeline stood, Killian saw that she was much taller than she had been. She had grown, it seemed, without needing to grow up.
"Oh, look, a guest at long last. Father, be a dear and go get him a chair."
Killian hadn't noticed him, but a man in his late 40s had been sitting on her right. He wore an expensive-looking suit, but he had paired it with one of those propeller hats you often saw on the mentally unwell. The whole image was laughable, but Killian didn't think the stylization choice had been his own. He rose, but Killian also saw his own doppelganger rise for half a second. Madeline grabbed his arm and told him to sit back down, shaking her head as she spoke softly to him, and Killian didn't have to deliberate long on what that little slip might mean.
"Madeline Arlo Register."
Killian used her whole name to elicit the power that such things carried.
"This has gone on long enough. Let these people go and come back with me, so that I might speak on your behalf."
"Speak on my behalf? Have I done something wrong? Is it a crime to organize a dinner party with your friends and family now?"
"You know what you've done, Madeline, and you know that you cannot simply stay here in this delusion forever. There are rules, and there are consequences for these sorts of actions. Something we discussed in the parking garage. You remember the parking garage, don't you?"
She had been smiling, giving him a look that you gave people who might be a little crazy. But when he mentioned the parking garage, the smile slid right off her face. The happy, talking people wavered, like TV static, and Killian could see again the spirits that were trapped beneath that glossy coat of paint. They looked at him as if they hoped he would free them, and Killian meant to do just that, if he could manage. If he couldn't, then he supposed he might have to join this Mad Hatter's tea party himself.
"I do not know what you're talking about. Killian, show this man out. I don't know who he is, but he certainly isn't one of my guests."
The false Killian rose up from the chair beside her and took a few shaky steps in the real Killian's direction. Killian looked hard, but he could see no one trapped beneath the surface of this one. As her father came back with the chair, Killian realized that he had no mannequin beneath him either. These two were not projections, but images dragged from her psyche. These were how she saw Killian and her father. Killian could see that his doppelganger had broader shoulders, a more chiseled jawline, muscular arms, and seemed to swagger like some action hero. By contrast, her father was a small and frightened man who seemed to struggle with the chair he carried. He could not hurt her the way he had hurt her in life, and that was exactly what she wanted. She wanted Killian, the brave protector, and her father, who could do little more than caper for her amusement. But things like this were often easy to shatter as snowflakes. Killian felt like a bastard already, but he knew what had to be done. "All right, buddy," the false Killian said, sounding so much like Humphrey Bogart that Killian almost rolled his eyes. "You're scaring the lady. I think it's time you go." He put a hand on Killian's shoulder, but there was no real danger in it. The hand felt like a scarecrow's cast-away glove full of useless hay. He grinned swaggeringly, sure he had him, and when Killian pulled his gun, the image didn't seem afraid in the least.
"I'll give you one more chance, kid. I don't want to have to hurt you, but if you make me, then it's how it has to be."
Madeline looked scared, but the other Killian seemed sure of himself as he reached into his coat to get his own gun. The real Killian's gun was loud as it barked, and when the afterimage fell away, Madeline screamed hopelessly. The room was quiet, and many of the other images began to waver drunkenly as Madeline tried to keep her costume together. The fake Killian had fallen now, but there was no blood on him. He lay there, still grinning, and Killian wondered if he might have looked that way when he died too. Some of the dinner guests had tried to leave again, But when Madeline slammed her hands down on the table, everyone stopped.
How dare you? How dare you come into my place of refuge and treat me this way?
How dare you take people hostage like this, after all I've done to convince the agency that there's no danger in you? How dare you put yourself in danger like this? After all I've done to insulate you from the people who want to kill you, the ones that see you walk through the door and never come back.
Madeline sobbed as the tears began to run down her face in ugly lines.
You left me alone for so long. I know no one here but you. I have no purpose but to sit in this bed with nothing to occupy my time in infinity but the brief moments when you come to see me. I became hopeless. I began to compare you to my father. And the longer I sat by myself, the more the similarities seemed to make sense.
Killian wanted to be mad, but he couldn't find it in himself. She was right. He'd done exactly what her father had done for most of her childhood. He had left her someplace, left her in the care of someone, and if she was seeing ghosts of the past in his actions, then whose fault was that? He put the gun away before his hands could start to shake, and when he stepped closer to her, she looked afraid for half a heartbeat. Did she expect him to spank her or something? The thought was almost laughable, but Killian didn't dare in a place such as this. Instead, he wrapped her in a hug and felt her tears on the front of his ratty old shirt. She looked up at him, her face full of so much pain that Killian almost couldn't stand it.
I'm sorry, Killian. I didn't mean to do it. It happened slowly at first. I woke up and there was my dad. Then you showed up. But when I noticed you were different, I knew neither of you was really real. That's when I realized that I could stretch it farther and make more people. People I had only seen in pictures and never actually met. It just got away from me. Will they really send me away?
Killian wanted to say no, but he just wasn't sure.
I don't know, kid. But I do know that if we continue on like this, the next person to come in won't be as chatty as yours truly.
Madeline nodded, and everything went dark before the two of them were suddenly out in the hallway again, with Nurse Radcliffe. The doors to the ward were back, the way they should be, and inside Killian could hear people chatting confusedly, as if they weren't quite sure what was happening. Nurse Radcliffe nodded when she saw the two of them, but Killian thought there might be a ghost of a smile at the corners of her lips. It made her look almost approachable. Good. I'm glad you managed to fix this without the need for nastiness. The two of them looked at the nurse, neither of them quite sure what came next.
What's going to happen to Madeline?
She'll be transferred to another ward, said Nurse Radcliffe. And when both of them looked at her blankly, clearly not believing what she was saying, she laughed. What? You didn't think this was the first time something like this had happened? We run a hospital and a rehabilitation facility for ghosts and Geists. Things like this happen more than you would expect, and are only brought to the attention of the agency in the most extreme cases. There's very little talk between wards, though, and nothing will ever be said about it. She looked at the girl sternly, though, and Killian saw even Madeline flinch under that disapproving look. I trust this will be the last time I will have to call Mr. Barger for something like this on your behalf, right? Madeline nodded, and when Nurse Radcliffe reached for her hand, she took it, but stopped before they could move more than a step or two.
Killian, will I see you soon?
Killian smiled, her desire for his company the most heartwarming thing he had ever felt. Heartwarming was no small trick when you didn't really have a heart to warm.
How about tomorrow, kid?
Madeline smiled.
I would like that.
As the two walked off, Killian leaned heavily against the wall of the hospital and sighed deeply. He was getting too old for this kind of thing. Then he thought of Madeline and her radiant smile, and decided that, old or not, He preferred it to the alternative. I sat in the hard plastic booth in the McDonald's near the strip mall, sipping coffee and waiting for Mr. Cromes to arrive. It all started as a paper for college. Stragview is such an iconic prison, existing for so long that it's taken on a life of its own. At this point, I guess it became a book, but the more I wrote, the more I realized that what I had wasn't very entertaining. People didn't want a technical history of Stragview. They wanted something that they couldn't get from a textbook. They wanted stories that hid in the shadows of that ancient place, and I was just the person to drag them into the light. Or so I thought. The more I wrote, the more walls I hit when getting stories from the inside. When I had lamented this lack of interesting stories to my granddad, he had given me a friend's email address from his days in corrections. Granddad had a few good stories, and I'd gotten a few other guards and ex-inmates to talk to me about their time at the place. But it seemed to be hard to get people to talk about their time at Stragview. Stragview cast a long shadow, and it appeared to be hard to stay out of the dark cast of that ancient space. That was a line from my book, which I'm pretty proud of. Stragview's a local oddity, having existed in some capacity for nearly 200 years. The exact history is hard to find. I know that it had been a prison during the Civil War, an internment camp for a while during World War II for German and Japanese citizens, and was one of the last prisons to operate an electric chair. These were things that everyone knew, though. The prison was very secretive about what went on inside, and people who left tended to be tight-lipped about their time there. When Mr. Cromes agreed to talk to me, I was ecstatic. He'd worked at Stragview during the 80s, a time when physical violence was still in full swing, no pun intended. Grandpa and Cromes had started at the same time, and the two were friends and had been work partners. Grandpa had also been an observer to the incident that Mr. Cromes was going to tell me about. The other officers are calling it the lightning killings, and they had a lot of people freaked out. Several guards quit during that period, and many of us kept an eye out over our shoulder, fearing we were next. The lightning killings had claimed the lives of multiple inmates, and landed one guard in the hospital, Granddad confided. He also claimed that they were committed by a single inmate, an inmate who was in the infirmary at the time of the killings. An old Ford pickup truck pulled into the parking lot, and a tall man with silver hair climbed out. He was dressed modestly, blue jeans and a button-down shirt, and he made eye contact with me before ambling into the restaurant. He ordered some food before coming to my table with his tray and fixing me with a speculative look. "You Fred's grandkid?" "I am. So you're writing a book about Stragview, that right?" "Yeah, I'm hoping you can tell me something about the lightning killings." He smirked as he sat down, but there was no mirth in it. "Told you about that, huh? You realize the warden will never let your book come out. He was the warden of Stragview for 30 years that I worked there, and he's quite the powerful figure in the community. I've been told he's been a powerful figure for longer than that." He took a sip of his coffee. "Can't speak to that, but I can speak to the lightning killings. I was a witness to the whole damn thing. If you've got the time, I guess I'll tell you." I took out a tape recorder and set it between us, depressing the record button as I waited for him to start. He was willing, it seemed, though I didn't understand then what this story would cost me. "Stragview is a strange place, but I think you know that already. I've seen beautiful things inside those walls, and I've seen monstrous acts committed by both officers and inmates alike. When you're inside those walls, you feel like you've stepped out of time, out of space, and you don't really realize it until you're lying in your bed, thinking about the day you've just had. From September till mid-October of 1985, I was stuck in one of those miasmas of weirdness. It all started with the power outage on the morning of September 6th. We were in the middle of a heat wave, the hottest it had been in September in living memory. The power had suddenly decided to go out on top of everything. The loss of electricity meant no fans, no radios at night, and the failure of the freezers in the kitchen. The food there had spoiled, and the inmates were not pleased. The day before the incident on the rec yard had been Chicken Day, a day usually held in high expectation. But with the freezers down, the inmates had been close to rioting. The heat hadn't helped matters, and we officers were sweltering in our uniforms as we tried to keep the peace. However, a few of them had taken it as an opportunity to take revenge. September 7th was the day of the rec yard fight that landed inmate Frazier in the infirmary and kicked this whole thing off. I had lost a game of rock, paper, scissors to your granddad, and, as such, had to work the rec yard in the sweltering heat. So I was standing on the rec yard on what felt like the hottest day of the year when the whole thing broke loose. This was only a Stragview thing, by the way. Once you got back to town, the temperature was an average of 70 degrees, pretty standard for the season. However, the closer you got to Stragview, the hotter it seemed to get. We were never sure why, but I was quickly sweating through my uniform when Sergeant Caden and a few of the other officers walked up. Caden was a real asshole, a grade-A jerk who liked to cause trouble. I was never scared of a fight, your granddad either, but we never went looking for trouble. Caden, on the other hand, lived to lay hands on inmates. He was a big guy, discharged from the Marines before coming to work at prison, and he was known for taking inmates out of view and beating the tar out of them. Didn't matter who they were. If they got in his way or got on his bad side, they were going to get beat up. All of them, besides inmate Frazier. Frazier had sucker punched him during one of those disciplinary meetings he held and dropped him in one shot. More importantly, he'd embarrassed him in front of a bunch of his friends, and that was his biggest mistake. Caden still had a bruise on his cheek where he'd hit the pavement, and I could tell that he was coming to cause trouble on my yard. There were a lot of inmates out on the grass, playing baseball, running, just using the equipment to exercise, and I could see Frazier talking with some guys by the baseball field. I begged Caden not to when it came up. "Not today, Caden. It's too damn hot for this crap today." Caden smirked. "I just want to talk with him, that's all." The fact that he already had his hand on his baton told me all I needed to know. He and his cronies were pushing past me as they made their way over to Frazier. Frazier had his back to him, but when his friends saw the group heading their way, they moved off quickly. No one wanted to get on Caden's bad side, and they knew that Frazier was about to come in for a beating at the very least. He turned around, clearly expecting some retaliation after besting Caden a few days before. Caden had been off the last 2 days, leaving him with plenty of time to seethe, and it appeared that he was ready to make good on all that downtime. I watched as they began talking, Frazier smiling and trying to back himself out of the situation, as Caden edged closer and looped the rawhide thong of his baton around his hand. They started out well enough, but eventually Frazier had enough of Caden's sass and started giving it back. Caden didn't seem to like this, especially when Frazier's back talk started making the other guards laugh. I could see his face darkening as Frazier continued to talk, oblivious of the danger he was putting himself in. When Caden punched him in the mouth, I started moving towards the two at a run. When Caden raised that club of his for the initial strike, Frazier reeled back from one of his punches and I caught the end and told him that was enough. He smiled over his shoulder before he elbowed me in the ribs and brought the baton across my face. I was unconscious before I hit the ground. Frazier was not so lucky. I looked up, pen scritching over my notebook as the old guard finished his memory and took a long sip of his coffee. Are you saying you were assaulted by a fellow staff member while trying to break up abuse? Mr. Crome shrugged. I'm saying that things like that happened a lot back then. Officers beat inmates. It happened. Sometimes I agreed with it. Sometimes I didn't. This time I didn't, and I tried to put a stop to it. So that was the start of the murders. Inmate Frazier's death was the "Who said Frazier died of his injuries? You young people, always so quick to get to the kill that you can't enjoy a good story anymore. Do you want to hear it or not?" I nodded, urging him to continue. I woke up in the infirmary with a lump on my head and a throbbing headache. The nurse told me to take it easy, but she needn't have worried. My head was hurting too bad to get up to too much right then. They let me go home early, and I made a mental note to talk to Caden about his little head cracking when I came back to work next. I had the day off, thanks to my injury, which was good, because it turned out I had a slight concussion and spent the night throwing up in my bathroom. That was the first night of storms and the first night of killings. The phone rang about 6:30 the next morning, and I only know this because I looked at the wall clock as I staggered out of the bathroom. Your grandfather was calling to tell me about what had happened that night. Back then, we did revolving shifts, so no one got stuck on nights all the time, and I would be starting my first night of midnights that night. Our whole shift had been transitioned to nights for 3 months, and what a start of festivities it was. He had worked the night before, and he told me how all hell had broke loose that night. It was crazy. The lightning started early, big angry forks and pelting rain that came down in buckets, and just about the time it seemed to hover over the compound, we got the call from Bravo Dorm. We had a trainee in there, a kid named Dockett, and he gets on the radio and starts calling for help. 10 codes be damned. The captain asked what the situation was, and he says he's got a fight going on. The kid sounds scared, half out of his mind. The 4 of us who were hanging around the captain's office go pelting through the rain towards the dorm, figuring we'll find a couple of inmates in the bathroom swinging on each other. We arrive to find one guy on his back, eyes staring at the ceiling, dead as a post. Dockett was in the station stammering about how the lights kept flickering, and he'd seen the inmates fighting. He wouldn't say much more, but he looked pretty shaken up. We called medical and got Dockett and the stiff down there, but we couldn't find anyone else with wounds on him. Dockett gave us a description of the other guy. Medical took the body, and we headed back to our respective dorms to fill out paperwork. I told him it sounded like a pretty crazy night, but he just laughed. You hadn't heard the worst of it. I was halfway back to Foxtrot when the officer I left in there starts yelling about a fight in our dorm. We lock the cell doors at 9, and our cleaning guys are done by 11. It's midnight. There shouldn't be anyone in the quad to fight. So I go running back to the dorm, and I come in the side door looking through the glass that separates the quads from the halls. I see 2 inmates, one on the ground and one on top of the other. The one on top is beating the holy hell out of the guy on the ground, and the guy on the ground is convulsing like an electric current is going through him with every hit. I bang on the glass, yelling at them to separate, and the guy on top looks back at me with a look of the most abject hatred I have ever seen. The rest of the team bursts in then, and when I turn back, the guy was gone. I asked what he meant, not sure how someone just disappears from a secure quad like that. I mean, he was there one minute and gone the next. The other inmate was twitching, his breath coming out all weird and gaspy, and Hancock starts giving him CPR like they taught us to do. The rest of us start looking for the other inmate, but I knew we weren't going to find him. I asked how he knew, and he suddenly sounded very nervous, because it was Frazier. The inmate in F dorm was Gusper, the one he'd gotten into a fight with last month over unpaid debts. That's not all. The inmate in B dorm was Kellogg, the inmate who beat him up a few months ago to join the white boys. By the time the sun came up, both of them were dead, and no one really believed what I'd seen. Why not? I asked. Frazier sleeps in F dorm. He could very well have killed Gusper but your granddad cut me off. Frazier's still in the infirmary, Mickey. He's unconscious. Hasn't come out since he jumped Caden on the rec yard. I tried not to scoff at the story Caden was passing around, but your granddad had a weird tale nonetheless. Just how weird, I wouldn't know till that night. I leaned forward, recorder still running, as the old man stared at me over his steepled fingers. What happened that night? It's getting on a bit, kid. You mind if we pick this up another time? He said it casually enough, but I couldn't help but notice that he kept glancing at someone standing at the counter. Someone in a jacket with a DOC patch on it. I agreed to meet him a few days later for breakfast at a little diner downtown, and he left in a hurry after saying he'd see me then. I researched the two inmates he mentioned. They were indeed reported dead in 1985 while incarcerated at Stragview. The cause of death was heart attack, and it seemed they were not the only instances of sudden cardiac arrest in September. In all, 15 people died of sudden cardiac arrest in September and October. Most of them were inmates, but I noticed that 4 were officers. Something had happened at Stragview that month, and the fact that it hadn't made the papers was a miracle. Whatever these killings were, they were exactly what I was looking for. The diner was packed. Mr. Crome was waiting in a back booth when I arrived, and waved me over as I came in. I'd spent the last few weeks researching the prison, the same thing I'd been doing for the previous year. But now it was more of an eye towards strange occurrences. Stragview had its share of unnatural deaths and odd disappearances, but the prison seemed to be good at covering them up. I'd been excited to talk with Cromes again, and his story had made me reach out to some of the others I'd been hesitant to talk to. There was a real story here. I just had to put it together. I'd wanted to speak to Cromes again, but it had been almost 2 weeks since I'd managed to get in touch with him. He sounded nervous when he spoke to me, unsure about our next meeting, but sure that it had to happen. Crome had something to say, and he wouldn't be bullied out of saying it. Mr. Crome had set himself near the back wall, the front door in full view. The place was full enough that we would be hard to eavesdrop on, and harder still to pick out of a crowd. The waitress ambled over, and I ordered some food. Mr. Cromes waved me off when I offered to pay for his meal, just holding out his coffee cup for the waitress to refill. He took a sip before turning back to me, savoring the dark liquid. So, I see I didn't scare you off. Seems like you might have been the one that got spooked. Did you worry you were being tailed? Mr. Crome looked uncomfortable as he sipped his coffee. His eyes flitted around the diner, and I could tell he was looking for familiar faces. He must have been satisfied with what he saw, because he turned back and pitched his voice low. "I told you about the warden's influence, right? Let's just say that I've seen some things that could get me in a lot of trouble if I went blabbing about them." "Then why talk to me at all?" I asked, very curious about why he would stick his neck out. "Because maybe I need to be in trouble. Maybe it's time we paid for what we did that night in October. I spent the next 25 years trying to make amends for that night, but it never seemed like enough. No matter where I went or what I did, I couldn't shake Fraser's face. We did him a disservice, and it's time people knew about it. It's time they knew a lot of things. Some skeletons are hidden under Stragview that need to come out, and some aren't even skeletons yet. Still want to hear about it?" When I set the tape recorder between us and clicked it on, he grinned, showing me yellow teeth that had seen a lot of coffee and cigarettes in their day. "Good." A week later, I saw Fraser with my own eyes. We had a full shift that night. No call-outs, no vacations, so every dorm had 2 people in it. I usually worked with your grandfather, but the captain had put me in a dorm with Sergeant Caden. I was told later that he had gotten a complaint from the officer he'd put in there the night before. Cap needed someone in there that he was unlikely to sexually harass, and I was elected. I started the paperwork, counted, made small talk, and generally tried to ride out the night. Caden had apologized for what he'd done on the yard by then. He claimed he got a little out of hand and didn't mean to stick me. I had generously accepted it, hinting that the info might be something I'd want to hang on to for later. We had a tentative truce since then, and as the thunder rumbled away in the woods, we settled in for a long, boring night. When the rain started, the lights flickered in the cages above the beds, and the tin roof sounded like there might be a little hail in it. We hadn't had a good storm since a week before, and I remembered wondering if it was going to be as crazy as the one your granddad had told me about. Round about the time the lightning started, the lights went out completely. That was 9, and we sat there with just the emergency lights for company for an hour before the incident took place. Caden was just finishing telling me a story that was 90% bullshit when someone started screaming on the floor. We shined our lights into the dorm, flashing them through the cage bars that surrounded us, and we could both see someone pinned against the wall. He was looking at whoever's back was to us and shuddering all over. The person menacing him was yelling incoherently, and when the lightning peeled overhead, you could see that whoever the other wasn't quite right. His proportions were wrong, too big, too undefined, and he seemed to move beneath his clothes like a bundle of wires. My daddy had a scarecrow made of old spun-together coat hangers when I was a kid. This fella looked like he had, his clothes vaguely man-shaped, but not in one solid piece. Caden sprang into action, grabbing his stick and telling me to hang tight. He lumbered onto the floor, shouting at the 2 to separate. The inmate who was pinned jerked a little as the other reached for him, and I could swear I could see sparks coming off his skin. He reached out a hand to take the man by the throat, and when he did, he started bucking like someone who's grabbed an electric fence. Caden roared as he came in, bringing his stupid club down on the other. It pulled lamely at the shirt, and I could see that whatever lay beneath was more liquid than solid. When the other turned his face and bellowed at Caden, that was when I saw him. Inmate Frazier's face was lumpy and damaged, his eyes black pits of red rage, and Caden took a step back as it turned and fixed him with its gaze. The club fell with a hollow wooden clump, and Caden began to run as the thing turned away from its target and came after him instead. The inmate that had been pinned, Griggs, his name had been Griggs, crumpled down the wall, still convulsing as he fell. Caden was out the door as the Frazier thing walked jerkily across the floor, and that was when it saw me. His eyes met mine, and I could see nothing but hate, nothing but fear, nothing but uncertainty behind them. He approached me, eyes locked on mine through the glass of the booth, and I felt like a bug under a magnifying glass. People were yelling at him to sit down before the other guards got here, but he ignored them and just kept coming closer and closer to my office. I backed away, trying to put distance between us, but I hit the opposite wall as he came right up to the glass. I could see his deep blue eyes pulsating with deeper energy as he tried to press his face through the wire mesh and glass and right into the station. I tried to push my backside out the other side and into the adjacent sleeping area, but it remained substantial against me. When he hit the glass with his head, cracking it and causing it to ripple like splintered ice, I yelled loud enough to wake the dead. The A-team arrived a few minutes later, and when they did, Frazier was gone. He left nothing but a pile of clothes and the splintered glass in his wake. Gone? Where did he go? Chrome shrugged. Vanished, just like he had in Foxtrot. If I hadn't seen him for myself, I would have never believed it. When I talked to your grandfather about it, he seemed unsure about what he had seen that night, after having some time to think about it. I asked him if he'd seen Frazier too, but now he didn't seem to want to talk about it. He was scared, but the fear for us had just begun. Caden may have escaped the dorm while Frazier was staring at me, but his luck wouldn't last forever. The waitress brought out food then, bacon, eggs, hash browns, and toast, and refilled Chrome's coffee again. He let me pick at the food a little before he asked if I wanted him to continue. I was hooked by this point, enraptured by the story and the idea of someone having their revenge from their infirmary bed. I nodded, the recorder still running, and he picked back up again. A week later, things had settled down a little. Caden had taken 2 nights off, leaving early that night after he'd run straight to the captain's office to tell him about the fight. He had used those 2 days to convince himself that it was all crap and that no boogeyman Frazier was out to get him. He'd seen something, yes, but it was a trick of the light. Besides, Griggs hadn't even died that night. He'd spent a couple of days in the infirmary with light burns on his chest and neck, but he'd made a full recovery. As the muggy weather stretched on and the sky stayed cloudless, we all prepared for an unreasonably warm autumn. Then the storms came back, and it was a bloodbath. It came up suddenly one night, the first peal of thunder seeming to attract the buckets of rain that followed, and the killings weren't far behind. It happened suddenly and without warning. 4 inmates from 4 different dorms, as the worst storm of the year raged out of control. The traffic was always the same: 2 inmates fighting, or inmates kicking the door saying someone was fighting. We had to run between Hotel and Echo to Alpha and then back to hotel, though it was a different quad. All 4 seemed to have died of a heart attack, their hearts having just stopped beating all of a sudden. They were all deemed as such, but they were seen fighting with other inmates before they died in 2 cases. We would get to the dorm and find the body lying by their bed or crumpled over in the bathroom with no other combatant in sight. The 2 from hotel died in their cells, but both cellmates swore they'd seen someone in the cell after lockdown fighting with the victim. That someone couldn't be found, and by the end of the night we were soaked to the skin and ready to chew nails. Cap was filling out paperwork, trying not to let his fear show. We left that night, the rain showing no signs of stopping. Luckily, however, the lightning took a break, and we had a week of balmy, rainy weather. Made us all wish the heat had been our only concern. I remember my boots being constantly wet for that week, and the general feeling of unease as the idea of another string of heart attacks hung over the compound. A week later, the first week of October, the rain retook a thundery tone, and 2 inmates died of heart attacks. One of them, a guy named Drell, had been walking to an early morning call-out when he was suddenly set upon by an unknown person. Macklemore, the officer who'd been escorting him, said they had just been rounding the side of Charlie dorm when someone had come out of the shadows and shoved Macklemore over and jumped on Drell. Drell had screamed like a pig who's got his leg hung, but as Macklemore grabbed for his radio, it was already too late. Drell's body was still twitching, but his life had fled. Macklemore said the guy had been enormous, 6 feet at least, but no one was ever found, and no one besides Drell was on the yard at the time. The week after, 2 more were found dead in their beds after the lights came on, both with burn wounds around their throats. That was when my fellow officers started leaving. Most of them were just smart enough to see the writing on the wall, and they weren't about to get caught up in this bullcrap. It was only a matter of time before someone got blamed or an officer got caught up in this nonsense. Caden had already started whispering about what he'd seen, and some of his friends were not real big on getting caught in the crossfire if Frazier came for them. Others were just lazy and simply looking for an excuse to burn vacation or sick leave. All of them were gutless, and it left the shift ragged and undemand. That was how I came to be in the captain's office, helping with paperwork. You see, inmates will always take an opportunity when handed to them. They had picked up on these mysterious killers and decided to run with it. On top of the 10 killings committed by our mystery man, we'd had 6 stabbings, 5 assault, and found a dozen or so new weapons during a dorm raid. Our captain was beside himself, worrying that his job was history, and we were ragged from running in the rain, which had been falling almost constantly since September had become October. I was sitting with the inmate files and going over them before sending them to the warden. I started comparing them to the 2 inmates that were killed the first night. 6 of them had disciplinary notes in their files from the last 6 months, and most of them had cited inmate Frazier as the victim. 4 had been sent to confinement for fighting or stealing. 2 more had been written up for alleged gang activities. I imagined that the others would have some sort of run-in with Frazier as well, though they'd been smart enough to keep it under the radar. I felt myself shudder under my wet uniform, remembering what I'd seen, and thought of Frazier finding a way to tie up loose ends from his infirmary bed. As I made a note on my soggy notebook, I could hear the captain making excuses to the warden on the phone. 10 deaths, multiple injuries, and a lot of man-hours used to quell them. I imagined he was up to his ass in alligators over this, and it wouldn't take much for them to have his bars over it, his fault or not. When the radio crackled and the scared voice of trainee Freck came blaring over it, I thought this might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. "I need help. Please help me. Officer down. Repeat. Officer down in Delta Dome, side 2. I need help. Please, someone help me." We were running before we knew what we were doing. Officer down was one of those phrases that elicits immediate action if you're any kind of officer. Doesn't matter if you like the guy who's getting his ass beat or not. You go and help, 'cause you'd want him to run if it was you in trouble. I met your grandfather as we both ran across the grass, slipping and sliding in the mud as we tried to stay upright. We burst through the doors to side 2 together, batons in hand and ready for anything. That's when I saw a familiar face slumped over a sink. He was still twitching, his eyes still jittering and dancing in his skull as he convulsed, and I noticed a pair of discarded blues sitting on the floor by his feet. He was pale, his hands gripping his chest as he looked at us like he thought we could throw him a raft in these troubled waters. He was one of the officers who had gone to the rec yard with Caden. Officer Miles was receiving his comeuppance for his hand in Fraser's beating, but I wasn't going to let one of my own get caught up in an inmate's revenge fantasy. Your grandfather and I were on him in a second. He was still breathing, but his heart was fluttering in his chest like a caged bird. We carried him between us, the rain sheeting down as we drug him to medical. Miles was twitching like a landed trout, and his feet kept kicking the ground like he was trying to trip us. We nearly dropped him a few times, and as we came by the captain's office, a few others came out to help us. They had been grouping up to go to Delta Dome, and now that they saw what was waiting for them, they came out to help us drag him to medical. We were all completely soaked by the time we got there, and Miles had stopped gasping and started wheezing. The nurses took him from us and wheeled him to the back, giving him something to get his heart back on track and calling the hospital to get a bed ready for him. We left him in their capable hands, but I couldn't help but look through the glass to Fraser in his infirmary bed. His head was bandaged, his eyes blackened, and he was staring at the ceiling as he lay there. His face, however, wore the most cherubic grin I'd ever seen on a grown man. It was hard to believe a man who smiled like that could have been doing what he was doing. I went down to Delta Dome after that to ask Freck what he'd seen. To say the kid was shaken would have been an understatement. I found him sitting in one of the big uncomfortable metal chairs we kept in the office, knees to his chest as he breathed like he was having a panic attack. He jumped when I touched his shoulder, not even hearing me come in. The sight of someone like me, a real officer, seemed to calm him. I took a seat across from him and, much as you're doing here, started making mental notes for later. He told me that Miles had been attacked by an inmate that had melted into clothes once he was done. He was out doing a walkthrough, making sure everyone was asleep, and he was coming back through the bathroom to get back to the station when something stepped out of a toilet stall and grabbed him. He grabbed him by the shoulders, and his hands kind of glowed. I don't know. I was beating on the glass and yelling at him to stop. Miles started convulsing and twitching like he was being electrocuted. That's when I started yelling over the radio, telling people to come help. He pushed him against the sink, Miles jittered and shaking, and then you and Officer Grimes came bursting in, and he just melted. The kid looked pretty rattled, and I took his post and let him go home. Freck went on to become a major, a freaking major, but I always remembered him as that scared-as-shit TA who nearly pissed his pants in Delta Dorm. Just goes to show you. He finished another coffee, and I began to smell lunch cooking from the kitchen. Was it lunchtime already? It had just been morning time. How long had I been sitting here, listening to this man tell me about a particular stretch of 1985? My phone vibrated in my pocket, freeing me from my trance, and I pulled it out to check my messages. My stomach dropped, and I was out of the booth in a second. I gotta go. Chrome looked worried. Everything okay? My mom's at the hospital with my grandpa. Somebody tried to run him off the road. Granddad was in the ICU when I arrived. I found my parents and my grandmother sitting in the waiting room. Mom hugged me when she saw me, her tears making my shoulders soggy all at once. They wouldn't let her see him yet, Granddad having just gotten out of surgery, but the police were hoping to ask him some questions when he came to. I asked what had happened to him, and Mom said the officer she'd talked to hadn't had a lot of information. Someone had run his car off the road while he was driving to Walmart and slammed him into a tree. The other car hadn't been at the scene, but they had left Granddad there when they pulled off. Another driver had seen the wreck and called an ambulance. I sat in the waiting room with my parents, and I couldn't help but wonder if this had anything to do with my prying. Granddad had put me in touch with Mr. Cromes, a retired officer who'd warned me about the far-stretching influence of the warden. Hadn't Cromes acted scared when he'd seen a fellow officer at McDonald's that day? Surely no one had done this to my grandfather, a man in his 60s, to send a message to me. No one was that vindictive to hit and run one of their own, right? The doctor came out as I was mulling it over to give us a breakdown. Grandpa was awake, but the painkillers they had him on were making him loopy. He had a broken leg, a fractured arm, and his collarbone had been mended with a couple of big metal screws. He'd lost a lot of blood, but they were hopeful that he'd recover. He suggested that we come back tomorrow, since they'd try to step him down to a regular room if he did well tonight. We left, not really sure what to expect, but hopeful. I didn't hear from Cromes for 2 weeks. When I did, he called to tell me that he would meet me at a bar in the next town. He sounded tired, and I wanted to ask if something had happened. He didn't stay on the phone long, though. He gave me the address and hung up, leaving me in the lurch until 2 days later, when the appointed time arrived. That time would prove harder to nail down than he thought. He told me it'd be 2 more weeks instead of 1. When he missed that meeting too, he called the next day to say that he'd meet me next week at the same spot. I met a lot of people in that time. They were ex-inmates, officers both current and retired, all with a story to tell about that strange old place. None of them wanted their names used. None of them wanted anything the warden could track them with. And all of them seemed to be heading somewhere else. Some of them came in person. Most just sent letters. But they all told a tale of that strange old prison. I was actually just compiling another story when Cromes called to tell me the time was moving up. "Meet me this afternoon at noon, and don't be late. I can't stay long." The bar was a dive, a dingy little roadside spot with pickup trucks in the parking lot at noon and a greasy look that persisted after sunrise. The inside was a gaggle of day drinkers, a harassed-looking bartender in biker leathers, and Cromes. He was sitting near the bathroom, much as he had at the diner. He was sipping whiskey from a cracked mug and waved me over when he saw me come in. He was dressed in a long coat despite the heat and had sunglasses and a cap on to obscure his face. Even so, he looked rough. His facial hair was scraggly and several days old. He seemed tired as he sagged against the booth. Despite this, he looked relieved that I had arrived. This is Probably gotta be our last meeting, kid. I've been dodging them for the last few weeks, but they definitely know that I'm talking to someone about old times. They definitely know you have too, and I'd wager some of those people you've spoken with wish they'd never heard of you. Regardless, I'm on my way out of town. If you want the rest of the story, you better hurry. Are these the same guys who hurt my granddad? Probably. You better watch yourself. It's only a matter of time before you learn too much. I'll take my chances, I said, clicking on the tape recorder and taking out my notepad. Cromes nodded. Very well. The last night. The night we handled the problem and sealed our fates. We were all summoned to the warden's office before we left that morning. We were cold, sore, and ready to collapse. But when the warden calls, you go. Your granddad and I were there, along with Caden, our captain, and 2 other officers that helped on the yard sometimes, Merrick and Holmes. He was sitting behind his desk, close-cut gray hair and immaculate pinstripe suit, as he sipped tea and took us in. I worked under him my whole career, all of us did, and he never got any easier to be around. The man wasn't like us. The man was downright spooky. You may be interested to know that Officer Miles is in stable condition at Emory, thanks to your efforts last night. On the other hand, I've had 4 officers quit on the way out today, and I expect there will be more before shift begins tonight. Something must be done about this, something that none of you are going to like. He looked at Caden as he said it, knowing that it was a lie, but going on anyway. I was content to study this phenomenon when it was merely inmates, but now that Frazier is affecting my staff, this little experiment has to stop. The captain had looked skeptical, looking at Caden before saying, Sir, inmate Frazier has been in infirmary for several weeks now. I've been told he's in a... Martin, when I want information, I'll read your incident reports. I have the training staff bringing our next crop of TAs over tonight for some on-the-job training. You 6 will be transporting an inmate tonight. If you call out, I will send people to your home to collect you. This is not a request. This is one of those special circumstances laid out in your contract. You will speak of this to no one. What we do tonight will have never happened. When we transport this inmate, he will cease to be an issue for this compound, and you would all do well to purge him from your memories. Do I make myself clear? We all said he had, and he instructed us to meet him in medical at 11 o'clock. Until then, we were dismissed. I don't think any of us slept very well that day, but all of us arrived on time, petering out our nights until 11 o'clock arrived. I looked up from my paperwork at 10:30 and started making excuses to the officer working with me that evening. His name was Fozzie, and he was greener than summer grass. He'd go on to be one of the best captains we ever had, but right then he was a 20-year-old who was scared and did not want to be left in a dorm by himself. I considered trying to use him as an excuse, but I knew it wouldn't do any good. In the end, I told him I'd be back soon and made my exit. The thunder was already rumbling off in the distance as I made my way to medical. The weather report hadn't said anything about rain tonight, but I guess the local news was mostly just guessing, as usual. It would be the last rain we had until January, plunging the region into a drought that nearly doomed the autumn crop. For that week, though, we had called down the thunder and the rain every night, and we were forced to deal with it. Right up until we were forced to deal with Frazier. They had loaded him into a wheelchair, and I saw the warden looking at the sky uncomfortably. I was told the rain would be over by now, but it appears that our window is not as wide as I had thought. Let's get this over with. We'll only have a small chance to make this work. We took him down the road, towards J-Dorm. J-Dorm, in those days, was called the Death House. It was Death Row, Stragview having an active row to this day. In those days, we still use the electric chair. I know a lot of places have stopped using it now, but I remember Stragview using it right up until 2008, and only then because of an incident that has nothing to do with this story. We rolled him down the center road, past the tower, past the other dorms. Luckily, no one saw us as we went. The windows dark, and everyone who wasn't clocked in was asleep. The thunder drew closer, the smell of rain filling our nostrils. The captain rolled him along, the 6 of us flanking him like an honor guard. Frazier sat strapped in his chair, understanding none of this, while the men who put him in this state moved silently beside him. His head was covered in bandages, red with old blood, and his face was purple and slack. Someone had dressed him, but I'm sure there was bandages beneath his uniform, too. We were about to do something monstrous, no matter what Frazier had done, and it haunts me even now. We rolled him to the place that would become a killing field for many of us. The thunder rumbled off the walls of J-Dorm as we rolled inside. The concrete walls were sweating as much as the dorm sergeant, Sergeant Castor. He was watching the dorm on his own, death row currently empty, and he seemed unhappy about what sort of hell we were wheeling through his door. He and the warden had a heated discussion in his office, which ultimately led to nothing. In Stragview, the warden got his way. Period. "Take him to the showroom," the warden said, Castor hovering behind him like a worried hummingbird. Caden started to roll the chair, but I stood my ground, and your grandfather seemed very unsure about what we were about to do. I was under the impression we were taking him to a cell. Are we executing inmate Frazier, sir? "We are," the warden said, gauging my response. "Sir, that's a capital offense. You're talking about murder." "Son, inside Stragview, I am judge, jury, and executioner. This man has already been expunged from the records. His death was reported a few days ago, and no one will question his disappearance. He is guilty of the murder of multiple inmates and the attempted murder of a staff member. If, however, you feel unable to fulfill your duties," he said, his eyes twinkling behind his little gold glasses, "we can add another murder to Frazier's charges." I felt a cold shudder run through me as I realized he was serious. I wanted to deny him, wanted to hang on to my pride, but I found my hands wrapped around the push handles as I prepared to guide him to his death. We rolled him past the cells, boxes lined with bars, through the adjoining hallway, and into the long room that held a vengeful god in steel and wool. The chair sat on a raised platform, oiled and gleaming, as its source of power made the walls shake. We brought him to the edge of the platform, and I could swear that he leaned his head back to look at it. I could have also sworn that his arms had a slight crackle across them as he sat before the chair. "Get him in quickly," the warden said. "The storm will be on us in minutes." We all moved to lift him out of the chair, but the warden slapped at my arm as he pushed me towards the little booth near the wall that held the switch. "Get in position. We only get one shot at this." They strapped him in, connecting the cap and securing the restraints. I saw no one bothering with the hood. Frazier lolled there in his bindings, dead to the world, and I put my hands on the lever as I waited for my signal. My misgivings were tucked away, someplace I could analyze them later. As everyone backed away, the warden pointed at me to make ready. We all waited for the hands to come down. It seemed like Frazier sat there for hours before the warden gave the signal, and I thrust down on the metal bar that would send the electricity out to end his life. As it came down, I heard a hum for half a second before the power went out completely. In the dark room, we could all feel the massive bolt of lightning that struck outside. We couldn't help but see the newcomer who had appeared amidst the group in the dark any more than we could have avoided feeling the rumble from that eldritch bolt as it hit. He was massive, 8 feet of seething rage, and his arms looked as big as trees. His roar sounded like thunder in a bottle as it coursed up his neon blue throat. He swung at them, scattering them as he screamed in anger, and those not knocked aside started running. It was too much. A giant that looked like forked lightning. I'm not ashamed to say that I cowered behind that protective screen, hoping to remain unseen, and those were the longest minutes of my life. I heard people being thrown around, heard the screams of men as they were beaten to death, and I heard that thing stomp as its weird light cast shadows on the wall. It was bigger than it had ever been, the storm and Frasia's rage giving it a strange light, and it used its newfound strength to hurt the men who had meant to kill Frasia. Something hit the other side of that blind, and I tucked my head down as it moaned and twitched. I reached a hand out timidly until I found a uniform shirt and drugged the man behind the screen with me. It was your granddad, and that was probably what saved him in the end. The doctor said he had a broken arm and some pretty severe burns when we got to medical. His injuries were nothing compared to the others, though. The thing beat them, broke them, and I could hear them as they died just beyond the partition. When the lights flickered, the generator started up at long last, and I heard a new sound from the throat of that behemoth. I heard that giant thing scream in pain as Frasia was electrocuted. The power surged through the chair, and I peeked up and over the lip of the little window to see what was happening. The giant and Frasia were both jerking, bodies whipping around madly as the current seemed to run through them both. The creature fell to his knees, its body still throbbing as the electricity seemed to arc through it like a spear. Then, all at once, it just burst apart. Its neon body erupted in a shower of sparks that set fire to some of the chairs and boxes stored around it. Its pieces lay amongst the broken bodies of the other officers I had come in with, and I began to wonder if your granddad and I were the only survivors of this little adventure. I pushed the switching lever back up as Frasia began to blacken, his hair starting to smoke, and as the current turned off with a sudden loud thunk, I left your grandfather to assess the situation. Caden was the only one who survived that night out of the group, other than me and your granddad. He'd been thrown into some chairs and knocked unconscious, his head sporting a long, bloody gash. It healed badly and left a disfiguring scar that he wore for the rest of his life. I always considered it a good punishment for being responsible for 14 people's deaths. The others, the captain, the 3 officers, and the J-Dorm sergeant were all dead. Their bodies were burnt, their skin burst and red from contact with the creature, and they looked like a cow I had once seen after it had been struck by lightning. I was helping your granddad to his feet when the warden appeared suddenly beside me. He was unharmed somehow, and despite being a little rumpled, he was none the worse for wear. He told me to take your granddad to medical and tell them that the lightning had struck the yard and killed some men. We were to say nothing of J-Dorm or the execution under threat of death, and we walked away feeling pretty lucky. I heard later that the going story was the lightning had struck our little group as we huddled on the yard. We'd been lucky. Caden had been lucky. but the others had died in a freak accident. No mention of Fraser was ever made again, and we got on with our lives." He seemed to come out of it, his eyes having been locked on his beer for the last hour, as he recounted his tale. "They made Caden the new J-Dorm sergeant after that. I guess the warden figured he was loyal enough to keep his mouth shut, as long as they let him beat and fry the occasional inmate. He lasted about 5 years at it, before he took his own life. But that's a story I might share with you some other time, if I happen to survive these tumultuous few weeks." We talked a little more after that, him answering some of my questions and me trying not to pry too much. He left not long after that, and I never saw him again, though I did hear from him a few more times. His story inspired me to keep writing, to tell the stories that Stragview doesn't want me to tell. I will publish this book. I will unearth the skeletons that lay beneath the soil of Stragview. Even if this book becomes my headstone, I will tell these stories. I had been at Stragview for about 2 years, but only stationed in J-Dorm for a few months. Murphy was going to be my first execution. After spending some time shuffling through one dorm or another, I was glad to finally have a permanent station, even if it was the death house. J-Dorm had a bad reputation, and I was one in a long line of officers to work there. It would just be me and Sergeant Banks, who'd been in J-Dorm for a whole 6 months longer than me, and the two of us had spent the last couple of weeks following a chore list and making small talk. With no charges to house and watch, we were not given orderlies to clean for us. So it was, day in and day out, that we cleaned cells, mopped floors, and made sure every nook and cranny was spotless, just in case someone important should come down. When someone did, it was to tell us that our first inmate would be arriving on Wednesday. When I saw that it was Alex Murphy, the murderer from the TV, I was excited. He'd murdered all those women, and then been the only survivor of his own trial, besides the bailiff who'd escorted him out. The CCTV footage had cut out just as he'd been drug out of the courtroom, and hadn't come back on for about 10 minutes. When it had, the whole courtroom had been nothing but bodies slumped over seats and lying in aisles. No one had been wounded. No one had been harmed in any way. The coroner had said it was asphyxiation, their stomach muscles making him think that they either laughed or screamed themselves to death. The Alex Murphy that had been dragged out of that courtroom was very different from the one I saw let in now. I was standing at the J-Dorm doors and saw him led up the center road by a pair of officers at his arms, and 4 more hovering around like an honor guard. The yard had been cleared before he'd been allowed past the center gate, but the warden was clearly taking no chances. The state paid big bucks for housing and eliminating death row inmates, and the warden did not want Murphy's death to be premature. I stepped back inside, standing by the door to his temporary home, cell open and spotless. I thought to myself that he was much smaller than he had been on TV. Murphy was barely 5 feet in his prison crocs, and didn't look like a man prone to visiting the gym. You'd have never thought a guy like that would be capable of doing the things he'd done, but I suppose that anything was possible. His honor guard stayed outside, and the 2 officers who'd let him in took him to the door of his cell. He bent down then, knees on the tile floor, as they removed his ankle chains. As he stood up, I put a hand on my gas, expecting that this would be when the trouble would start. He would come charging up, spitting and lunging and trying to get one last shot in before the doors closed. He was good at hiding it, but I'd get a good look at the lion who mauled those women just before I coated his eyes in hot gas. Instead, he stepped inside and let me run the door closed, stepping close to the door so I could unlock the black box chain. Once unlocked, he sat down on his bunk, arms slack and legs slightly spread, and began staring at the wall like it might give him an answer. I passed the desk, taking the black box and chains to the storeroom, as Sarge went to talk to Murphy. He introduced himself, telling him what he could expect while he was here. Turns out that All Sergeant Banks really wanted was for him to be quiet, eat his meals, take his shower every night, and not give him any trouble until it was time for him to get the injection. I heard most of this as I sat at the desk going over paperwork. Our desk was on the floor, so we could look down the row of 8 cells, and as Sarge came back up the row, I saw he was shaking his head. He blew out a breath like a horse as he sat down, dragging Murphy's file over as he prepared to fill out the appropriate bits. "Man, this guy is spooky," he said, shivering at the words. "What do you mean?" I said, looking up from the logs. "I mean, usually when you're giving an inmate the welcome to my dorm and don't screw up speech, they nod or talk or something. Murphy just sat there, staring at the wall. Didn't even acknowledge I was there." You think it's an act?" Banks shrugged. "Guess we'll see." Our shift was unique amongst the Stragview staff. Banks and I were on 12-hour shifts, but instead of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., we were 8 to 8. We arrived, fed breakfast at 8:30, cleaned, watched our charges, conducted rec twice a week in the cage out back, passed out laundry, fed lunch at 1, handed out mail, handled call-outs or doctor visits, showered at 6, fed dinner at 7, and handed the reins over to Officer Kutch and Officer Danzy, who kept watch through the night. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I worked by myself, so Banks could have a day off. On Mondays and Wednesdays, Banks worked by himself, so that I could have a day off. We would do this for 6 months. Then we would be asked if we wanted to continue, if the need arose. When we had no charges, I was cycled back to the compound, and Banks would hold it down by himself. It was supposed to be tedious work for the most part. The first day is the only time I remember it being boring. We spent the first day filling out paperwork and being ignored by Murphy. I pushed a bag lunch through the flap at noon, but he just kept sitting there staring at the wall. I asked if he wanted rec, but he ignored me in favor of the wall. After asking a few times, I finally just walked off and went about my business. As I walked towards the desk, I thought for a moment that a small shadow moved beside the leg of the chair I was about to plop down in. I shook it off and got back to work. J-Dorm was old, built out of cinder blocks back in the 50s, and it had a lot of weird shadows and shrouded areas. I got back to my paperwork, pushing the thoughts away as Banks hummed tunelessly on the desk beside me. When I offered Murphy a shower later, I noticed the bag was still on the floor, and he was still staring at the wall. I just walked off, not wanting to get between him and whatever bug or stain he was watching. I told Banks we should call medical to look at him, but he waved it off. The guy, he said, had been here less than 24 hours. He'd spent the last 8 months in the puzzle factory, and had been found sane enough to be put to death. He had no lawyer, wanted no appeal, had been sent here after driving his therapist insane. You'd probably be a little funny too, with a track record like that, Banks told me. When I slid his lunch bag in an hour later, I winced as it crinkled against the first bag. When Officer Kutch came to relieve us, I told him about Murphy and suggested he keep an eye on him. Banks was already at the door, trying to get home to see the end of the baseball game, and Kutch said that he would let me know if anything changed. I left with Banks, and we parted ways in the parking lot. I went home, ate dinner, and went to bed, knowing I'd be up at 6 a.m. so I could be at my post by 8. When Kutch called me at 10, I rolled over groggily and grabbed my phone. "Hello?" "Hey, it's Kutch." I could tell that something was off right away. "Thought you guys told me this guy was catatonic." I rolled up on an elbow, wiping sleep from my eyes as I pressed the phone against my cheek with my shoulder. "Not exactly. He's just not all there, I think. He spent the whole day staring at a spot on the wall. Well, he spent all night laughing. Like, creepy laughing. Listen." I heard dead air for a moment, but there was something over the air. When I picked up on the little echoing titter, I wondered if he were watching TV at the station. I wondered how he had managed to sneak a cell phone in or a portable TV through security, since we had no computers. "You hear it, right?" Kutch asked, coming back on. It's been happening all night. It's not even really laughter. It's that damned canned laughter, like on a sitcom. Every time I yell at him to cut that shit out, he's just sitting there staring at the wall. I'm going to leave an extermination order for Henderson to get a crew down here, too. Can you get Banks to sign off on it? Exterminator? What needs exterminating? I asked groggily. Pretty sure we got rats, buddy. I've been seeing little things scurrying around all night. They seem to like Murphy's cell. I guess maybe they were living there before he arrived? I made an agreeable noise at him, but I hadn't noticed any vermin leavings at all. We'd cleaned those cells top to bottom, and I'd never seen so much as a piss puddle or scatter of mouse turds. It was a recent occurrence if he was seeing rats, but I made a note to get Henderson down there with some poison tomorrow. I told him good night and went back to sleep. Kutch looked a little rattled when he handed us his log the next day. Good luck with that guy. All he does is chuckle, just softly chuckles to himself on and off all night. I never catch him doing it either. It's real sporadic and never seems to fit a pattern or anything. I'm going to bed. I'll see you two tonight. We spent that whole day much the same as we had the one before. I offered him lunch, but it landed on last night's bag when I pushed it in. I offered him rec, but he refused to acknowledge me. We offered him a shower. He continued to stare at the wall. When I slid his dinner in, I watched as it tumbled down the other 4 that were still in front of the door. He was still sitting in the same position, the same place he'd been when we'd brought him in, and I honestly wondered if medical needed to come have a look at him. Sarge just said that he would eat when he was hungry, and that he must have been drinking because he hadn't passed out yet. When Kutch came in to relieve us that night, I left thinking that Murphy would never make it to execution day. He would starve to death long before that. By the end of the first week, we had opened the door to sweep the unopened bags out into the hallway for disposal. Medical agreed to come see him, but they never showed up. This was pretty common, and I remembered how hard it was to get inmates seen by medical in confinement if they weren't actively bleeding to death. Murphy went right on staring, right on not speaking, and it appeared that Kutch had been right about the rats. The death house was full of shadowy corners, and I would stop several times a day to squint at a moving shadow or a skittering something that moved just out of sight. They always seemed to operate at the corners of my eyes, just out of sight or wavering in a dark corner that would be empty when I arrived. I found it odd because rats were supposed to be nocturnal. Why were they moving around in the middle of the day? Henderson had been twice and still had found no rat spoor or found a single one in his trap. Speaking of Kutch, the man was not doing well. The circles under his eyes were becoming bags, and he looked haggard when he came to relieve us in the morning. He told us that he would see shadows moving around throughout the night and still hear the laughter when he closed his eyes. It had gotten so bad that he had stopped sleeping altogether. He told us he hadn't slept in 4 days, and it was clearly affecting him. Danzy hadn't reported much, but I had a sneaking suspicion that Danzy was sneaking a phone in somehow and spending his nights with his earbuds in and his mind on other things. It seemed that Kutch was the only one getting the full brunt of Murphy's strangeness. I looked up down the hallway 2 nights ago, wanting to yell at him, and saw something standing outside his door looking in. It looked like a person, like a hunched man, and when I got up to yell at it, it looked back at me, and I could see something like a smiling shadow looking in on him. I shone my flashlight at it, wanting a better look at it, but it was gone. I think it's what's been scuttling around at night. I don't know, man. I'm so tired. We brushed it off, but then a new visitor came to see us that evening. When the doors opened, we thought it might be Weiner, who had come to chat on his rounds. Weiner was the latest confinement sergeant to take up the mantle. He used his security checks of G-Dorm's gate as an excuse to come pass a coffee break with us. We hadn't bothered to look up from our paperwork when the door opened, until someone cleared their throat near the desk. That's when we realized it wasn't our usual nighttime nuisance. It was the warden. The warden of Stragview was an interesting fella. He had looked exactly the same for as long as anyone could remember. Short salt and pepper hair, pinstripe suit, black polished shoes, gold-rimmed glasses, and a build somewhere between underfed and athletic. He smiled his usual Cheshire Cat grin at us, and I tried not to shudder as it fell on me. He had always kind of creeped me out, his intense gaze and a creepy smile kind of giving me the willies. People said he had moved his office into the tower, the steel-gray edifice that sat in the middle of the compound. It was rumored to be full of aggressive and territorial rats, and I couldn't think of anyone who would actually want to stay there. Still, if he had actually moved into the tower, I supposed he had taken care of them somehow. Banks sat up a little straighter as the man loomed over his desk. "Warden, to what do we owe the pleasure?" "Just came to have a chat with our newest charge. I like to have a chat with our death house charges from time to time. You never know what you can hear from the lips of the damned." Banks loosed an uncomfortable little laugh, but I kept my head down and kept at my paperwork. Sounded pretty weird to me. "Let me go escort you down the—" "I think I can find him, Sergeant Banks. Loan me your keys. I won't be long." Banks seemed hesitant to give him the keys, but what could you do? The guy was the warden, the one who signed your paychecks. When he tells you to hand over your keys, you hand them over. Banks gave him the keys, and the warden made his way down to Murphy's cell. He looked in, turned the key, and stepped inside without a backwards glance. I looked towards the door for a few minutes before voicing my concerns, and I could see Banks shooting furtive glances as he tried to get on with his paperwork. "Should, one of us maybe have gone with him?" I finally asked. Banks shrugged, but it looked forced. He said he knew the way. "He's in there with an unrestrained inmate. If he gets hurt, and they see us just sitting here doing nothing, it'll be our jobs." Banks furrowed his brow, but finally shook it off and went back to his paperwork. "We don't question the warden. It's best to just let him do what he's here to do." That seemed to settle the matter. He was still there an hour later when I went to drop off Murphy's dinner bag. As I approached, I could hear a low but very angry voice hissing from under Murphy's door. It didn't carry well, and if I hadn't been right there, I likely wouldn't have heard it. The warden seemed to be haranguing Murphy for something, and Murphy was saying nothing in response. "I know you've brought them here, young man. I know they walk the halls of my prison, and if I find that you've brought them here, I'll make what the state can do to you look like a slap on the wrist." I peeked through the glass window on the front and saw the warden looming over Murphy as he sat placidly on his bunk. He was unaware of the warden as he was of us, and I could see how much that infuriated the man. His hands seemed to itch to grab Murphy, to shake him until whatever grievance he thought Murphy guilty of rattled out of his placid head. Instead, he took a step towards the door, eyes still on Murphy, and I scuttled back a little so he wouldn't notice me. "Think over what I've said. Your execution date might be approaching, but I can assure you it doesn't have to be the end of you." He turned, surprised when he came out and saw me in the hall. "Just bringing Murphy his dinner," I said, holding up the bag for him to see. The warden seemed unimpressed. "He isn't hungry. Get back to your work, officer." He pressed the sergeant's keys into my chest and took his leave. Danzy came to relieve us an hour later, and the two of us took our leave. The next day was one of my solo days, and when Danzy wasn't at his post that morning, I knew something was up. Danzy was unreliable, kind of a shitty officer, and this wouldn't be the first time I had arrived to find the post unmanned. His log was gone, though, and his keys were in the box, so I figured I just missed him on the way out that morning and started my day. I didn't think too much about it. The day's activities kept my mind on the job until 8:30 the next night, when he still hadn't arrived. Danzy was unreliable, but he liked to get paid, and he was always on time. I called the control room and asked if he'd come in. That's weird. He's a no-call, no-show, but he also never clocked out this morning. Did he say anything when he relieved you last night? No, but he wasn't at his post this morning when I got here. The control room officer made a weird noise in her throat. Well, let me make some calls and see if I can get someone to cover for you. I set the phone in the cradle and started the paperwork for whoever was coming in. It wasn't a very long list. If Danzy wasn't here, then Kutch would have to come in. It was a pretty short list of guys who could work in J-Dorm. You had to have special classes on dealing with higher custody inmates. Even though we only had the one inmate, we had specific guidelines that we had to follow. As I sat filling out paperwork, however, I got my first taste of the mysterious laughter. I was making a note of the night's count and rounds when I first heard the light, tinny laughter scuttle up the hallway. I looked up to find the long, dark passageway empty, the cell doors looming like open mouths, except for Murphy's. I went back to what I'd been doing. Someone was probably leaning against the G-Dorm fence, smoking and laughing at a joke, and I'd just caught an echo. When I heard it again, though, I stood up and called out down the hallway. Was someone playing a joke on me? Surely Danzy wouldn't have hidden all day just to play some elaborate prank. Would he? I stood up and walked down the hall, looking in the empty cells to be sure I was alone, except for Murphy. I checked in on him and found him still sitting in the same place he had been all week. He never blinked, never moved, just sat there on the bed and stared at the wall, like his mind had snapped. I went back to the desk, intending to finish the start of shift paperwork, when I heard the phone ring. I got excited for a minute, expecting good news. I should have known better in a place like this. Hey, buddy, it's Captain Govil. Listen, I hate to ask, but I'm going to have to get you to stay till Baker gets here this morning. I'll come talk to you in the morning about it, okay? I breathed out harshly. Not really, boss. I've been at work for going on 14 hours. If I stay the night, I'll have been here for 24 hours, which I'll get in a lot of trouble for. Don't worry about that. Warden says we can work something out there. Officer Kutch isn't answering his phone, and we can't get up with Officer Danzy at all. You're the only one, as of now, other than Baker, who can work in J-Dorm. And if these two don't come in tomorrow, we may have to move your schedules around for the next few weeks. I really need you to help me out, buddy. Can you do it? I told him I didn't seem to have much of a choice, and he thanked me and hung up. At that point, I figured I'd have a nap during the wee hours of the night, and to hell with who found out. Clearly, they couldn't fire me. I was suddenly very important. It sounded like I might need to get used to working nights from now on. How naive I was back then. An hour later, the laughter rattled down the hall again, and I yelled at Murphy to shut up. In answer, the laughter cackled out across the dorm, and it sounded louder this time. I looked up again, about to shout a little harder, when I found my face inches from an inky something with a wicked smile. I yelped and fell backwards, upsetting my chair and falling hard on my back. I blinked, my head smacking the floor, and rolled out from under the desk as I sprang to my feet. My legs shook a bit as I rose up, and my vision was kind of blurry as I snapped my eyes around to see what the hell had scared me. But there was nothing there. I walked around with my light, snapping it into cells and looking for anything out of the ordinary. As I walked, I imagined I could see something moving out of the corner of my eye. I would turn quickly, trying to catch whatever it was, but it would always be gone when I looked up. Murphy sat through it all, staring and staring as I checked the corners of his cell for whatever I was looking for, I guess. Spent the rest of the night at my desk, eyes looking around, paperwork forgotten. When the captain and Baker walked in the next morning, it was a relief. That was until I got the news that I'd been dreading. Baker will take the daytime operations from now on, and you'll have to take the nights for the foreseeable future. Danzy hasn't been home since he left work yesterday, and Kutch's wife says he left yesterday night and hasn't come home either. I'll see if we can push this paperwork on the quick so we can get a date of execution for Murphy. Shouldn't be that hard. The man has no lawyer to speak on his behalf, so I'm guessing his appeals are about spent. Until then, we'll be approving overtime for the two of you, so go home and get some sleep, and come back tonight ready to stay up. That's how I got stuck in the death house after dark, every night for the foreseeable future. The first 3 nights were hell. Every round I would see shadows creeping in and out of the cells, or up and down the hallway just outside my flashlight beam. I stood in the hall and searched each cell, afraid that if I stepped in for a closer look, the door would slam shut and I'd be stuck. After the incident at my desk, the little scuttling thing made no effort to hide. I'd see them lingering in the corners, disappearing when my beam fell on them, and leaning out the cells so I could shuffle over to investigate. The laughing, however, was by far the worst. The sound was insectile, scrambling up the halls and across my consciousness every night. I began to understand what Kutch was talking about, and by the 3rd night, I would dream about the hallway and the laughter all day. It would chase me up the hallways, the dark little smiling creatures chasing me through my dreams, and I would wake up with the covers tangled around me and my sheets soaked in sweat. It all came to a head on the 4th night on the ward. I was sitting at the desk filling out paperwork, getting ready to walk my hourly round, when the lights suddenly went out. This was not out of the ordinary. The electric chair had made the power grid in the death house very unreliable. With everything that had been going on, though, it was enough to send a chill up my spine. The air conditioner cut off, my desk fan stopped spinning, and I was left in a sea of darkness. I reached for my flashlight, just as the grating laughter erupted up the hallway. I swung the beam around, trying to remember where the fuse box was as I checked the cell doors. I knew it was somewhere near the back, in the room where the electric chair used to be, and I checked the cells along the way as I walked towards the end of the block. I would find the fuse box, reset the breaker, and get the lights back on. Nothing to it. Piece of cake. When I heard the cringing, canned laughter scamper up the block on mouse feet, I shuddered all over. When one of the doors slammed shut suddenly, it was behind me. I swung around and saw the door to cell 1 still twitching a little in its frame. When I came up to Murphy's door, checking inside to make sure he was still there, I found him staring at the spot on the wall like he'd always been. As my beam stayed on him, though, I became aware of a different noise. It wasn't laughing, it wasn't chuckling, and it certainly wasn't that generic soundtrack of mirth I'd begun to dread. It was a plopping, like a drip from a faucet. As I watched, I saw the saliva drip from Murphy's slack mouth, soon to be followed by another one. In the light of my flashlight, it seemed to be black as tar as it shivered into the puddle on the floor. When he turned his head, his lips lifted in a grotesque smile. I could see the tar bubbling from between his teeth like a water hose. It cascaded down his prison shirt, staining the fabric black as it puddled in his lap. He heaved, beginning to giggle as the tar burbled from his throat, his neck bulging as the gob slid out of him. As it puddled on the floor, I could see it taking shape, and it began to rise and pulsate as the ooze lifted into a gelatinous man-thing. It looked like a human ink stain, and when the smile creased its face, I heard Murphy's watery laughter explode out like a burst pipe. He sounded like a person laughing in an insane asylum. He sounded like someone laughing in hell. I couldn't remember when I started running, but I could almost hear that black tide behind me. The water spilled from him. Was it water? Or was it ink? I could hear it slapping against the floor, flowing into the empty cells, and slamming the doors shut behind it as it chased me down the hall. I entered the execution room a second before it, the door crashing shut behind me like a cannon shot. I spun the light around frantically, looking for the box, and finding it just behind the old executioner's grate. The man who threw the switch had once stood there, and now I leapt behind it and threw the panel open. I flipped the breakers at random, hearing pops and seeing sparks, and when my boots became sodden, I started flipping them a little less at random. It crept up my legs, and I felt hands grabbing my knees as it rose. I dropped my flashlight in the panic, and it looked like a light shone through a blanket as it descended into the muck. It rose up my waist, my sides, and had just come up under my armpits when I threw the right switch, and the light shone to life with a vibrant hum. I was standing in a brightly lit room, my flashlight on the ground, and not a drop of liquid to be found. I walked hesitantly back to my desk, looking in on Murphy to find him staring at the wall with a clean uniform on, and I sat down to wait for daylight. I was intent on quitting when Baker got there. This is undoubtedly what had driven Kutch crazy, maybe even what had disappeared Danzy, and I wasn't going to spend another night being freaked out by this crap. I'd written up my resignation letter on the back of a log, and as the sun crept up, I prepared to hand it to my boss. Maybe they would just reassign me, I hoped, and not right out fire me. I needed this job, and the thought of losing out on a career was enough to make me rethink it. Even so, I wasn't about to have another night like last night. I stood up as Baker entered, letter in hand, but he never gave me a chance. Great news. They moved his execution date up. It'll be this Wednesday. God, I didn't know how much longer I could do these 7-day work weeks. But only 2 more days. A night for you, I suppose. Think you can handle that, partner? He looked so relieved that our 7-day work weeks were almost over that I folded the paper up and put it in my pocket. 1 more night. Yeah, I believed I could handle that. Little did I know that the main event was yet to come. As Banks and I came to get Murphy, officers Register and Marks accompanying us, I couldn't help but reflect on the night before. He was still sitting on his bunk, the indention he would leave likely to be the only lasting proof he was ever there at all. When we told him to come get cuffed up, he obeyed meekly. The black box went on, his hands shackled before him, and when the door opened, Murphy looked the picture of a dullard. I could see a small glob of peanut butter at the corner of his mouth, the only meal I had ever seen him eat while he was here, and Banks wiped it with a napkin before he led him down the hall towards the killing floor. As he walked, I couldn't help but think about the night before. The night before Murphy's execution had been eventful, but not in the way I had expected. I hadn't wanted to work another night in the death house, but after seeing how excited Banks was for the end of our 7-day work weeks, I couldn't cheat him by quitting on him. I smiled and told him that sounded good before grabbing my stuff and heading home. The last thing I wanted to do was sleep right now, but I knew I would need some rest if I was coming back tonight. I would need my wits about me for the final night. When I finally got to sleep, I was plagued with nightmares. I knew I needed to sleep, but I kept shaking myself awake with dreams of that oozing sea. In my dream, the lights never came back on. In my dream, the water just kept rising and rising. It would fill my screaming mouth, my nose, cover my eyes in darkness, and hiss at me as I drowned in it. I would come awake, struggling for air, and fall back asleep to be chased anew by that dark tide. When my alarm went off at 4:30, I desperately wanted to throw it across the room. Banks was waiting for me with a list when I got to work. 1 more night, buddy. After tomorrow night, the warden says we won't need a night detail here anymore. We can just lock the wing up when we go home at 6 p.m. Aside from your usual cleaning, can you set up some chairs? The warden said we'd have to manage the setup since we didn't have orderlies yet. If you set up 10 on one side, I'll set up 10 on the other side when I come in tomorrow. Also, I'm sure he won't eat and he won't answer you, but You can ask Murphy if he wants his last meal or not." I shuddered. I don't really want to talk to him if I can help it. Banks shrugged. "At least let the cameras see you go over and talk to him. I'll see you in the morning, all right?" And with that, I was alone. I put off talking to Murphy for as long as possible. I set up the chairs, unfolding all 20 and placing them in front of the long glass window that showed the observers the inside of the killing room. They had once called the whole area the killing floor, but now the showroom had shrunk to a 20 by 20 box with an upright bed that looked like a cross. We would strap Murphy to that bed tomorrow, pump him full of chemicals, and the state would celebrate our humane and ethical murder of Alex Murphy. He deserved it, of course. I couldn't deny that as I set up the chairs. He had murdered those women in cold blood, and their families would likely show up tomorrow to see that justice was served. I was as far from anti-death penalty as it got, but it seemed like hypocrisy to treat it like anything but what it was. We were killing someone who needed killing, plain and simple. Don't church it up with needless morality. I cleaned the warehouse as best I could, even wiping down the glass observation window, before moving into the main hallway with a mop and bucket. I looked down the hallway then, down the rows of cells, and blinked rapidly as I tried to dissipate the moving shadows. They were clambering up the walls, scuttling in and out of the cells, peeking into Murphy's cell like children at a zoo. They all lived at the corners of my vision, but they saw no need to hide now. I'd seen them after all, and I guess there was no point being subtle. I put my back to them, mopping down the hallway. I cleaned the well-polished linoleum, someone having recently shined it up, and mopped each cell along the way. I propped my bucket in the door, just in case they decided to try to lock me in, and kept my keys close at hand. The shades were active, but they didn't hinder me tonight. They practically vibrated with excitement whenever I caught a glimpse of them. Were they anticipating Murphy's death too? If so, why? They clearly had some connection with him. Hadn't he brought them with him? The fact that I'd watched him upchuck one the night before seemed to indicate that he had. So, why were they so energetic tonight? The question made me think a little harder about what would happen tomorrow night when we shuffled Murphy loose the mortal coil. Would they let us? Indeed, if they meant to stop us, they would have done it by now. But was the prospect of them wanting him dead any better? What were these creatures he had brought with him? And why did these smiling devils want him here? I puzzled these things over as I cleaned, and it was 3 a.m. when I stepped out of the last clean cell. I looked up the hall to Murphy's door. I couldn't put it off any longer. I approached the cell, peeking in to find him sitting on the bed and staring at the same patch of wall. He'd been staring at that spot for almost a month now, his butt never leaving the spot. I imagined we'd have to throw that mat away once he left, and was thinking, why couldn't I smell him? Despite having eaten nothing, he remained remarkably unchanged. He still bore the look of a mental patient, haggard and maybe a little underfed. I cleared my throat, trying not to think of him with black fluid sliding out of his mouth, and asked the question I had been sent to ask. "Murphy, as you know, tomorrow it's execution day. Sarge says I need to ask what you'll have for your last meal. It can be anything, but I need to know what you want, so I can tell the kitchen." Murphy, as expected, just sat there. I shook my head, not sure what I was expecting, and started to turn away. I'd taken 2 steps down the hall when a rusty voice creaked from an unused throat. PB, and J, please." I stopped, thinking I had made the exchange up. I stepped back to the little window and saw that Murphy had turned his head to look at me. A runner of drool slid from the corner of his mouth, and he sucked it back in with minimal effort. I tried not to shudder, tried to pretend I hadn't seen Midnight Black, and asked him to repeat himself. PB And Jay, no crusts. 2 milks, please. I nodded, writing it down on my notepad. So you can talk. He nodded, his throat swallowing with some effort. I'm sorry for what will happen. I didn't know what they meant. But he started to gag then, his breaths becoming watery as he choked on his own saliva. His throat bulged as he tried to swallow again, but the rest of his words were drowned out as he leaned over and vomited a puddle of black water out. He tried once more, gurgling out something that sounded like coming, before he shook his head and let his face slacken into that dark mask of dim-wittedness. Then he turned his head and stared at the wall until we came back the next night. I stared a few more minutes, moving on before any more revelations threatened to drown my charge. Now here we were, the final countdown, walking up the sparkling linoleum as we led this man to his death. He tromped along, silent as the grave, his wrist chain doing all the talking for him. It was 11:10, his execution set to begin at 11:30 and conclude at midnight. I'd asked why they conducted executions so late, and all Banks could tell me was that was just how it had always been. Midnight was a time of power, I suppose, and it seemed fitting to usher a man out of this world with the old day. In hindsight, it would be very fitting. Banks had scoffed when I gave him the form that morning. PB&J and cartons of milk. He told you this, or did you make it up because it sounded like something he'd ordered? I shook my head. No, he told me that's what he wanted. It's the only thing I've ever heard him say since he got here. I left out the rest, not wanting more questions. Register and Marks are coming to help us tonight. They'll arrive about 11, but I'm staying until the execution. There's a lot of paperwork still to do, and I'm sure you'd like some company anyway. I nodded, meaning it. The company would be welcome. He bid me good sleep, and I headed home to catch a few winks. The dreams were waiting for me, and for the next 8 hours, I watched the cells and the wing fill up with dark, murky water. This time, though, as the block filled up, I could hear Murphy's final words chasing me up the corridor as the water rushed up to cover me. I'm sorry for what will happen. I'm sorry for what will happen. I didn't know they would. But his words were always drowned out by my own gagging breaths as I slowly choked on the inky sea of my nightmares. We neared the door to the warehouse, the low voices of those assembled spilling out into the hallway. 10 had shown up, mostly women, and none of them had seemed particularly sympathetic to Mr. Murphy. Usually at least one member of the condemned's family will come to see them before their execution, or attend to see them die. Today, though, it was nothing but the victims' families. They'd been escorted in through the west gate, led through the rabbit run, and let in through the side gate that would let them into the warehouse's back door. This not only cut down on the chances that they might introduce contraband, but it also cut down on the likelihood that they would be hooted at by inmates. They had filled the first 3 rows. All of them seemed to want a good view, and now they were waiting for the show. They wouldn't have long to wait. When I arrived at 6, Banks looked up from his paperwork and gave me a highly skeptical look. Are you sure he spoke to you last night? It's okay if you faked paperwork, I don't mind. But if he actually spoke to you, then I'd say you might want to go get checked out by medical, because you might be hallucinating. I shrugged. Must have caught him during a moment of weakness. Why? Hasn't said anything else today? Banks shook his head. So far I asked him if he wanted fresh blues, wanted a priest to come say last rites for him, wanted rec one last time, or a shower before it got too late. All met with silence, as usual. Hell, I'd have been certain that you made the meal order up if he hadn't gotten up to take it when I put it on the flap in front of him. For someone who hasn't eaten a bite since he got here, he certainly inhaled those sandwiches. We made preparations for the next few hours, going over our positions and our roles and making sure everyone was ready for tonight. When Register and Marks arrived at 10:30, we went over our plans and parts, ensuring everyone had it right before the time came. When 11 o'clock hit, we made our way to Murphy's cell and prepared to escort him to his final destination. That was how I came to be standing in the door to the warehouse, 16 pairs of eyes on our little group, as we escorted Murphy to the killing box. I had expected anger, but the crowd remained silent as we walked in. Dr. John was waiting by the door to the killing box, the one who oversaw most of the proceedings. There was a time when most of this kind of thing was governed by the warden and the sergeants. These days, the doctor gave the injection, the doctor felt for a pulse, and the doctor called the time of death. He was more in control here than any of us, and we all somehow knew it, except for the grinning warden, who sat in the back row by himself. Murphy clinked along placidly as we approached the door to the killing room. As Banks and Mark stepped inside with him, Dr. John shuffled in behind them with a comical yawn. It was past Dr. John's bedtime, clearly, and he seemed to want to get this over with so he could return to bed. As we stepped inside, I watched Banks lock the door behind him, and Register and I stepped into the warehouse to monitor the spectators. This was mostly to keep people from slipping off onto the compound, accidentally getting into G-Dorm, or, heaven forbid, the compound at large. There would be another pair of guards positioned at the gate to G-Dorm, or there should be, as a two-part prevention method. But from inside the death house, that was purely speculation on my part. I took my spot by the door, watching Dr. John get his instruments ready and begin preparing the injection. There were 3, and while I was aware that they had to be injected in a certain order, that was as much information as I had. I knew they were designed to make the process less painful for the injected, but when the end result is cardiac arrest, how painless can it really be? The crowd sat expectantly, no one talking or moving, and I figured it was their first execution too. Inside the box, they had uncuffed Murphy and set him on the restraining table. His arms and legs were bound to the table, and the hydraulic lift raised it to face the crowd so they could see him perish. With his arms spread like that, I imagined with a truly blasphemous thought that he looked almost Christ-like. He is their salvation, after all, their vehicle into this place. I turned to look behind me, but no one was there. The voice had sounded like it was being whispered into my ear by someone with their lips pressed against my flesh. I glanced around with some small panic as I realized there was no one there. Register looked at me oddly, clearly thinking the execution was making me jumpy. If he'd heard what I heard, he might be less eager to have this done. Inside the killing box, Dr. John was inserting Murphy's IV and making sure it was in place. People had survived this process before due to poor IV placement, and we weren't in any hurry to have a fuck-up like that on our first time out. Boy, were we in for a surprise. A speaker clicked on in the killing box, and Sergeant Banks began the litany read to all condemned men courtesy of the great state of Georgia. Alex Murphy, DC number X59387. You have been sentenced to die by a jury of your peers, sentence passed by a judge in good standing in this great state. Do you have anything to say before sentence is passed? Banks' voice was monotone, almost bored, as he spoke the old catechism of execution. Murphy's voice was that of a man pulled out of a hole who hasn't seen the light of day or heard a human voice in years. It sounded like a crow who's been trained to speak, hoarse, halting, and highly creepy. Kill me now, and bring about the darkness. Kill me now, and bring about the end. That seemed to wipe the smile off the warden's face. Alex Murphy, your sentence shall now be passed, and a medical professional. A loud, clittering chuckle permeated that little room, scampering over the senses like spider legs. The warden and I both looked around simultaneously, looking for its origin, but it seemed to have manifested from nowhere. Laughter in this place seemed perverse indeed. This was not a place for laughter. When death walks among you, The last thing he wants to hear is merriment. Shall administer a lethal dosage of chemicals approved by the state until such time as you are dead, in accordance with state law. A second chuckle skittered through the crowd, and now the people had begun to murmur. I advised them to remain quiet during the final order, and they calmed a little. I was glad they had, because my stomach was doing backflips. If I heard much more of that tittery, canned laughter, heard it again for the rest of my life, I would surely be ready for the nuthatch. If Banks heard it, it didn't affect him at all. May God have mercy on your soul. The time is 11:35 p.m. You may proceed when ready, Doctor. Dr. John nodded and inserted the first needle into the port on the IV bag. The chemical turned the saline a funny color as it flooded the bag. Dr. John lifted his watch, making a note of the time and counting off until he could inject the second syringe. Each one had to be done in a certain order and at a certain time to ensure maximum effect. Murphy seemed to slacken as the drugs took effect, hanging in his restraints with a serene look of bliss etched across his face. His lips moved, the speaker now cut out so we couldn't hear what he was saying, but it must have not sat well with Banks. I could see Banks tell him to be quiet, his lips easier to read than Murphy's, but Murphy went right on talking, it seemed. Something moved beside the door to the killing box then, drawing my attention. The shadow lingered by the door, and I couldn't be sure that it wasn't always there, except it hadn't been. As I watched it hang there, it grinned at me from its perch in the corner. Was it that same grinning shade that had taunted me a few nights ago? Was it that same ink sentinel that Murphy had retched up with agony? As I looked at it, I thought I could see others from the corner of my eye. Others scampering, capering things that hid just outside my sight. They were taunting me, aware that I was the only one aware of them, but I realized that wasn't the case now. The warden's eyes were also tracking them, making note of their movements, and he suddenly looked very unsure of himself. I saw him get up as Dr. John reached for the second needle and slide it into the bag. "What's he doing?" Register hissed, but I was already following him, walking behind him without fully knowing why. The warden was weaving up the aisle between the chairs, and he looked like he might be slightly drunk. His head moved minutely, his eyes panning around frantically, and when I touched him, he actually jumped. This man who had walked out amidst riots, who regularly smiled in the face of hostile inmates, appeared unsure and terrified when he spun to look at me. "You see them too?" he breathed, and it wasn't a question. I nodded. "Yes, please return to your seat, sir. I don't want to frighten any of the observers, any more than we have to." The shadows were gathering now. Even as I tried to get the warden to take his seat, I could see them circling us like a pack of vultures. I had only ever seen them a few at a time, scampering into a corner or flitting over the linoleum, but now I realized there weren't just a few, there were many. They hunkered, watching as Murphy accepted the second needle, and they seemed to get restless and excited. Inside the killing box, Murphy began to laugh soundlessly. "We have to stop this while there's still time," the warden breathed, and took a staggering step towards the big window. I caught his trailing arm, and when he turned back, his eyes seemed to have turned into serpent slits. I took a step away, but kept hold of that clammy hand. "Sir, you'll startle the spectators. Besides, he's 2 injections in. There's no going back now." He wrenched free of my hand and strode up the aisle. The people looked at him, murmuring louder, and some of them seemed to have taken notice of the nearly constant canned chuckle around us. I longed to put my hands over my ears and block it out, but to do so would make me look as crazy as Murphy. The chuckling was grating, nerve-peeling, and if this is what Murphy heard constantly, then no wonder he was unhinged. The laughter was the kind that bubbles from attic rooms, from asylum windows, from the pits of hell, the laughter of the mad and crazed. The warden came right up to the glass and pounded on it, just as Dr. John squirted the last of the solution into Murphy's IV. The liquid was now a striking color in the IV bag, and I saw the last half of the hypo go in with a jerk of surprise. The warden was telling them to stop, telling them to halt, telling them that the execution had been canceled for now and would pick up again later. Dr. John looked at Banks and then back at the warden before leaning forward to shake his head and to press the talk button. "Sir, with all due respect, it's too late." "Are you deaf? I said stop it. I am the warden. This is my world. If I tell you to stop, you..." "Sir, that was the last injection. He's probably already..." That was when Murphy, his head having fallen to his breastbone, started laughing again. As I watched, he had gone slack, his body jerking only once before his head dropped, and he appeared to be asleep. He had taken on the slackness of death for a count of 5, and for a moment I had thought the warden's fears were baseless. Suddenly his head sprang up, though, and his laughter spilled out of him like puke from a drunk. I saw Banks and Marks take a step towards him, Dr. John stepping away in confusion, before Murphy really did retch, and the black slime spilled out of his dead throat and onto the ground. The officer stepped back then, the goo pooling on the floor as it began to puddle in that small room. Even around the vomit, Murphy laughed in that weird, wet way. Someone in the crowd began to scream. Someone else began to vomit. I saw Banks reach for his keys, his other hand covering his own mouth, but it was too late. The vomit was black and inky, and it began to fill the room with a frightening rapidness. Before I'd taken a handful of steps, it was creeping up the side of the room and pooling against the glass. Banks was wading through it to get to the door, Mark nowhere to be seen now, and he grabbed Dr. John as he pulled him along beside him. The warden hissed like a cat when he saw their destination and slammed his fist against the glass. "Don't you dare! It cannot be released!" I saw many of the observers running for the doors, but Register had closed it against them. They couldn't be allowed to just run free on the compound, despite what was happening here. Register was having trouble keeping them corralled, and when I turned to help him, I heard a loud crunching from the glass. The warden was rapping his fist on the darkening glass as Banks tried to open the door. His pounding had cracked the thick protective covering, and I could see the spider cracks sliding up it as the liquid pressed from the inside. It burst, suddenly and apocalyptically, knocking the warden backward and spilling the inky dreck into the warehouse. As it crept closer to me, I began to run for the door. Some enterprising guest had seen the glass break and punched Register in the mouth, knocking him away from the door. He was leaning against the wall, his jaw swelling, and the people spilled out onto the darkened yard. I glanced back and could already see the blackness sloshing out through the hole that had made it. Murphy's head was lolling back, dreck still falling from his lips, as the room swelled with the tide of ooze. I reached down to help Register up, his eyes still riveted to the black creep of death as it started to cover the chairs, and I could see why now. The frothing pudding seemed to be sprouting hands, whole shapeless arms in some cases. They were drawing whatever happened to be in their area into them as they flowed outward, sucking it into that inky soup. The very ooze itself seemed to vibrate, the creatures being gladly drawn into the writhing mass of black pudding. I did not want to join that hellish party. When I dragged Register out, I pulled the door shut behind me, already hearing the incessant laughter bubbling up from the growing pile. The warden was once more in command of the yard, though I hadn't seen him since the glass burst. He was assuring the spectators that they had all simply suffered some kind of delusion, a gas leak or something, and everything would be fine. He instructed Register and I to get these people to the parking lot before turning back to the warehouse doors. The last image of him that I have, that I will ever have, is of him staring at that hateful building, the windows becoming glossy pools of midnight. When we got to the parking lot, I got in my car and drove. Register shouted at me, told me to come back, but I wasn't listening. The last thing I wanted to do was go back to that place, and as I pulled out of the parking lot, he slapped at my door and tried to chase me. He's gone now, left gawking in the parking lot, still a slave to Stragview. I won't be going back, though. Alex Murphy's execution was far from successful, and I don't want to know what will become of any of it afterwards. My only hope is that the tittering in my head gets quieter the further I get from the prison. They call it the Martin House, and it's easily the most haunted place in town. During the day, it's a beautiful two-story estate in the Millville area. It sits behind a high gate overlooking the bay on 10 acres, which comes at a premium given the land's cost inside of Panama City. The current owner keeps up the grounds, maintains the home, but they say he will not live in the house or be there after night. He rents it out for parties and events, lets people picnic on the grounds, opens it during the day for tours and historic outings. But an hour before sunset, the gates are locked and the place is cleared of people. It's a beautiful place, but they say that the devil walks there after dark. The local legend says that Mr. Martin suspected his wife was having an illicit affair with a servant. They say that in a fit of jealousy, he made her watch as he hung him, later hanging his wife and kids and himself from the same large tree in the front yard. They say you can hear voices, screams, and all kinds of odd noises there after dark. They say people have seen figures in the windows and on the grounds near sunset with black eyes and pale faces. They say you can see lights come on and off in the house after dark, and it's best avoided once the sun goes down. They say a lot of things, but as a writer of dark fiction, I don't put a lot of stock in local legends. I don't believe in Billy Bowlegs. I don't believe in Kissing Mary. And I don't believe in the hitchhikers they say you can pick up by the West Bay Bridge. The Martin House, however, is something I do believe in, because when I was young, I experienced it firsthand. It was 1993 or 94 when it happened, and I was about 7 or 8. My mother had worked at the same hospital for years, and that hospital had chosen to do their employee appreciation picnic on the grounds of the Martin House. I have to believe they were aware of the dark history of the place, but like I said, nothing ever happened during the day, so they weren't worried. The yard was huge, and the Human Resource Department set up games and tents and all kinds of other things to entertain the kids while their parents socialized. I fell in with a couple of kids that I knew, and we played some games and explored the booths, but ultimately got a little bored with the scheduled events. These were kids that I didn't know well, but we all knew each other in that way that you know someone after spending years upon years going to these sorts of scheduled events with them. One of them was the son of my mom's friend. Another one was a kid I actually went to school with, but didn't really pal around with outside of things like this. Another one was just a kid who would wander up and fall back in with us when we all got together. There were about 7 of us that day, the rest of them just falling in with a group of kids to play games, and I can't remember who suggested that we play hide and seek. It was unanimously agreed upon, but after playing on the lawn for a few rounds, it became a little dull. When someone suggested that we could play in the house, that sounded like a much better idea. So we went inside, but quickly discovered the problem with playing indoors. The house was kind of a museum, and adults didn't really like it when kids were running around things that could be broken. We tried for a couple of rounds, but after being yelled at by a lady in a dress, we thought we might have to go back outside. That was when we saw the kid on the stairs. Like I said, none of us really knew each other, but none of us had ever seen this kid. He was youngish, probably 5 or 6, and he didn't really say anything. He just sort of stared at us through the slats on the staircase, and I'll remember the way he looked at us for my entire life. He seemed both fascinated by our appearance and utterly terrified at our game. He looked at us the way I looked at the dog sometimes, when he was making noise while my dad was trying to nap. He looked like he thought we might wake up a parent that would be angry. Someone suggested that maybe we could go play upstairs, and we all thought that might be a good idea. The upstairs was usually blocked off, but if that kid was up there, then the door must be unlocked. None of us had ever gone upstairs. It was locked, like I said, but we found the door was open, so we all went up. The upstairs was about the same size as the downstairs, but we saw a ladder going up into the attic, and thought that would make the best place for hide and seek. It would be dark up there, probably with stuff to hide behind, and it would be spooky. What we found was a pretty big attic with boxes and furniture covered in sheets. It was dusty and cobwebby, and reminded me of the opening of one of my favorite shows, Are You Afraid of the Dark? We decided who was going to be it, then we all went to hide. It was dusty in the attic, and a few of us got found right away when we started sneezing. I expected that we might see the kid we had seen earlier, but there was never any sign of him. I didn't think much about it. Kids rarely question things that don't come from adults. And as we played, the volume of our game became louder and louder. We began to scream with joy every time someone was found, and some of them had taken to scaring each other instead of just playing hide and seek. I'm sure that some of the people from downstairs could hear us, but given that we were 2 floors up, we might have been mistaken for just regular noise. I was hiding behind a vanity near the back of the attic, peeking out from around the edge of the sheet, when I heard a little voice in my ear that scared the crap out of me. It scared me because up until then, I'd been the only person hiding behind the vanity. You guys shouldn't be here. You're gonna wake up Daddy, and he'll be mad." I turned around, and there he was. He was crouched down behind the vanity, looking at me with these big, sad, scared eyes. And now that I was closer, I could see he was dressed in suspenders and a grubby-looking white shirt. His feet were bare, and his hair looked like someone had cut it with a bowl. I asked him who he was, but he shook his head and put a finger to his lips as he made a shushing sound. "Shh. You're gonna wake up Daddy, and he's gonna be mad." I started to ask him who he was talking about, when all of a sudden, we heard loud footsteps coming up the stairs. Someone was yelling, but it wasn't regular yelling. Usually when my dad yelled, there were swear words in it or some kind of direction. This yelling was just babbling, like an angry beehive or a car when it needs an oil change. It was angry, and it was loud, but there really wasn't any substance to it. The game quieted down as we all became the hiders. We knew that we shouldn't be here. We all knew that if we were found, we'd be in trouble. So we all took to hiding as someone came very angrily up the ladder. I could see the others as they hunkered around the other covered piece of furniture and storage boxes. They all looked scared, but they also looked excited. This was a different level to the game, something a little scarier. We all knew that this was the real game, and we had to win, or we might never be allowed to come back again. Through the white, oiling up out of the square hole, came a large something. It was man-shaped, but maybe not a person. It had arms and legs. I could see a head, but the rest of it seemed to just be shadows. It was like someone standing in total darkness, and I think even then I suspected that this was no museum curator coming after noisy children. The hairs on the back of my neck began to stand up, and as the thing started looking for us, I turned and found the little boy was gone. The other kids seemed to have felt it too, and as the thing moved towards the left side of the attic, we all started shuffling to the right. It knocked over a box and kept yelling in that strange, barely coherent way. It didn't seem unfamiliar with the attic, and I wondered if it was up here looking for us, or if it was looking for the little boy who'd been a stranger to me. Either way, we made our way back to the ladder and started quietly going down onto the second floor. We were almost all down when the thing turned and looked at the 2 or 3 of us that were left. He didn't have eyes, at least none that I could see, but I felt very seen by it, and the last of us went down in a herky-jerky pile of bodies. We ran back to the staircase, and that's when someone else found us. We burst through the door that led out onto the stairwell and almost knocked over a lady with a tour guide name badge. She blinked at us and did not seem at all happy to see 7 or 8 kids coming out of a restricted area. She asked what we thought we were doing in there, and we told her that we thought it was open. She said no, the door was always locked, and told us we better get out of there before we got in trouble. When she asked how many of us there were, that's when we seemed to disagree. Some of us said 7, but a few of us insisted that there were 8. No, there was only 7 of us. Remember, that's why we didn't play Capture the Flag. Yeah, but then the other kid joined us, so we had 8. What other kid? There was only ever 7 of us. The kid in the suspenders. He was playing in the attic with us. At that point, the lady was completely frazzled and collected up all of us and brought us downstairs to have a talk with our parents. In the meantime, she had a few of the other people search the second floor and the attic for a missing kid. Most of our parents were not terribly pleased about being drug away from the festivities because their kids couldn't behave, and we got an earful as we stood in the foyer of the Martin house. Some of us, me included, were more worried about the missing kid than getting into trouble. I can't speak for everyone, but I'd seen how scared he was. I don't know who he was afraid of, but I was afraid that whatever that thing had been, it had got him. As my dad let me have it for acting out, my eyes started to wander. I was looking at the pictures on the wall, the ones showing the Martin house through the years, before they finally settled on a very familiar face. The kid looked less scared and more confused, but it was definitely him, standing on the front lawn with 2 other kids and his parents. The house behind him looked a little different, but it was definitely the one we were standing in right now. Hey, that's him, I said, interrupting my dad in the middle of his lecture. Who's him? My dad asked, not appreciating being interrupted. That's the kid, the one I saw in the attic. The lady who had found us looked at the picture before shaking her head and telling me not to tell lies. No, really, I assured her. That's him. He was hiding with us. He told me that we were going to wake his daddy up. He looked really scared. My parents didn't believe me, but I've seen that picture since, and I know now that that little boy is one of the Martin brood. He was one of the kids who allegedly hung from the tree in the front yard, and I would have bet you anything that was his spirit we saw. The big shadowy thing didn't look at all like Mr. Martin, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. The kid didn't have black eyes like all the other stories tell, but maybe that's something that comes a little later. I've encountered a lot of strange things in my life, but that was one of my earliest scrapes with the paranormal. As of writing this, the Martin house still sits in the same spot. They've completely closed off the inside these days, and after that year, the hospital started doing their employee appreciation somewhere else. I don't know if it was the house itself or because they got a better deal somewhere else, but I never went back to the Martin house again. I've been in a coma for the last 6 months. I was fortunate, they say. The semi-truck that hit my car killed my mother and my fiancé, but spared me. Well, not spared, I guess. I had 2 broken legs and a shattered collarbone, and I was in a persistent vegetative state for 6 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days. I woke on April 26, 2021. I couldn't heed the call, and that's why I'm the last Josh. The news is still coming in from across the world as people kept finding bodies. The occurrence had been as sudden as it was unexplainable. The death toll is estimated to be nearly 1 million, all from different states, different countries, different walks of life. It's being called one of the most devastating events of the 20th century, and the level of cover-up going on to keep the public outcry to a minimum is alarming. They're trying to say that it's nothing but a meme, an internet joke, a fun fight that happened with pool noodles and foam swords. The truth is that on April 24th, for some reason, everyone named Josh just kind of snapped. I didn't know this at first, of course. When I woke up, the hospital staff was just glad I had woken up. The doctor had been hopeful, but every coma's different. I was the subject of a lot of attention for the first few hours as they told me what happened and tried to get in touch with any family I might have in the area. My dad died when I was little. My grandparents on both sides have been dead for years, and I have no other siblings. I was alone, no family or future family since my fiance was dead, and I was having a lot of trouble processing it. That was the first time I heard about the Josh battle. One of the techs was taking my vitals and he mentioned it offhandedly. "Shame you were in a coma, kid. You missed the big Josh fight." I blinked a little confused. I'm sorry? "The Josh fight. It's a whole thing. Look," he elaborated. He pulled out his phone and showed me a bunch of happy, smiling people fighting with foam weapons and pool noodles and other padded things. They seemed to be having a great time, and it stuck with me long after the tech took his phone and continued his rounds. Why would they call it a Josh fight? It appeared to be some silly thing that had happened suddenly, but I couldn't do any research on my own. My phone had been destroyed in the accident, and with no immediate family to talk to, I was in the dark until the next day. That was when Brown arrived. I'd woken up from a nap and found a dark-haired man sitting in my hospital room. He wore thick black glasses, had short brown hair, and wore a close-cropped beard that looked patchy. He smiled when he saw me, putting his phone in his pocket and giving me his full attention. "Good, you're awake. I've been waiting for you to wake up. Are you with billing or something? I have insurance if that's what you're—" He waved me off. No, nothing like that. "My name's Brown. I'm here to inform you that you are one of the last Joshes on Earth." I raised an eyebrow. Is that some kind of joke? There are millions of Joshes on Earth. How the hell can I be one of the last? Well, it's a long story, and no one's quite sure why this thing happened at all. What we do know is that 2 days ago, all the people named Josh suffered from an unexplainable psychotic break that seems to have struck them all at once. It lasted for 24 hours, and when it was done, they all returned to normal with no memories of what they had done. If that's true, then why am I still in this hospital bed? I was pretty sure he was just some crackpot who had wandered in, but I was just bored enough to entertain his crazy ideas. "Well, you may not have gone anywhere, but the nurses tell me that you tried. You apparently bucked around in your bed and had to be restrained until the end of the day. At midnight, you stopped convulsing, and when morning came, you were still unmoving, and they released you from your restraints. 2 days later, you woke up. Does this have anything to do with this Josh fight people keep talking about?" He made a rude noise. "That's bullcrap. It was all staged to make people doubt. In a few days, when people start reporting the missing, and work records show that people have missed a week of work, they'll start putting the pieces together. Here," he said, putting down a brown satchel at the foot of my bed. "You can use this to see the facts we've compiled after I've gone. I have a feeling it will help you accept the facts as we see them." He got up then, pushing his chair back up against the wall and saying he'd see me tomorrow. "Watch the videos. Let me know what you think. I'll be back for your thoughts later." And with that, he was gone. The videos were in a folder on the desktop. They were time-stamped, each of them ordered by when the incident took place. I put my mouse over the first, occurring at 8:15 that morning, and clicked play on the video. What popped up was a rip of a Facebook Live video. It was clearly shot from a cell phone, and the shaky cam was a little disorienting. It showed 2 people, one filming and one hovering just outside of camera view, as they followed a tall farm boy through the halls of the school. He was strong-looking, his corn silk hair swinging around his shoulders, and he looked more than a little confused as he blundered along. Alright, so this guy came blundering out of his class, almost hit my friend with the door, and now he's just walking up the halls. His teacher was freaking out for a minute, but he just kept walking. We thought he might be looking for something, so we followed him to see what was going on. The big farm boy walked through the halls, like a trapped animal fleeing prey. His head snapped furtively right and left at every intersection, and he seemed driven to find something. The boys laughed as they followed him, thinking it was a joke or some kind of prank. He had cut down 3 more halls before he found what he was looking for, and the two oohed and hooted when the farm boy locked eyes with a smaller boy in a button-down shirt at the end of the hall. The 2 boys commented about the big farm boy having found his boyfriend, but to me, they looked like gunslingers getting ready to draw. When the smaller boy charged the bigger one, it took the farm boy completely by surprise. When his nose popped, as the smaller boy jumped and headbutted him, the other 2 stopped laughing. The 2 fought, punching and kicking, as the larger one quickly gained the advantage. His hands found their way around the smaller boy's throat, as the doors to the classroom started opening. The students rushed out to see what the commotion was. Suddenly, another boy punched a bigger one in the back of the head. Then another boy jumped into the fray. Suddenly, others were piling in, and the teachers and administrators were trying to separate them. When an adult dived into one of the other teachers as he tried to separate the combatants, his thumbs found the boy's eyes and pressed them into his skull, the screaming taking on a different level. Students were running, people were screaming, and the blood started to run down the struggling boy's face. The camera was knocked from the recorder's hand, and the video stopped suddenly. The next video was from 8:30, and it seemed to be from a traffic cam. Cars drove beneath the light, taking turns and waiting for their chance to cross. Suddenly, a car T-boned another car, and the drivers climbed out and began punching and kicking indiscriminately. One of them slammed the other's hand in the car door, pinning him, and as the man writhed, the other punched him until his blood flew across the side of the vehicle. Then he took his head and put it through the passenger side window, raking his throat across the glass as the blood sheeted down like a waterfall. After he was done, the man ran off down the street and out of camera view. I furrowed my eyebrows. What the hell was I watching? What did this video have to do with anything? Brown had collected a bunch of videos from fights. Big deal. What did any of this have to do with the supposed Josh fight? The stuff I had seen online was the fun kind of fighting. These videos were brutal. I got my answer in video 6. The next 3 videos were more traffic cam footage. A man in a hard hat suddenly landed on a man on the sidewalk, punching him even as he died from the fall. It appeared he had jumped right from the building they were constructing, but it was hard to tell for sure. The next was a pair of men suddenly running into camera view and slugging it out. One of them pulled out a knife and slit the other one's throat, but he continued to try to strangle him until he finally died in a pool of his own blood. The 5th was another vehicular crash. One of the drivers pulled the other driver out of the car, but it appeared he had died on impact. He left him on the street and ran off somewhere, just as the video ended. The weirdest part was, all 5 of these videos had happened at different times and in different places. 3 of the videos had clearly taken place in the United States, but one of them looked like it might be from Asia, and the last one had decidedly been in Europe, given the driving patterns. It was the weirdest thing. Why had he given me these videos? What was the point? As the 6th video started, I saw it was another cell phone cam. A man in a mall was drowning a child in a fountain. The scene looked vaguely Middle Eastern, and the people around them weren't speaking any language I understood. A woman was beating at the man's shoulder, trying to stop him, but she just kept repeating the same name again and again and again as she pounded weakly at the man. It was the only word I could understand, and the familiarity chilled me a little bit. Joshua, 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 Joshua. Have you ever been in a crowded place and heard someone calling your name? They aren't talking to you, but the sound of your name turns you to see who it is. Maybe it's even someone you know. Maybe it's someone you know who's being called. On a baser level, it's a desire to see someone else that has your name. We want to see who else has our name and, for a few seconds, feel a sense of brotherhood with them. You're 2 people amongst many, and such things make us feel strange, maybe a sense of togetherness as well. Hearing my name called as she begged him to stop drowning what could have very well been his own son made me feel a shared sense of horror. Horror that my own namesake could do such a thing. Horror that I might be capable of something like that. Video 7 was body cam footage of someone named Officer Grigg. Officer Grigg was running through a maze of small concrete corridors, talking to someone on the radio and begging for help. His partner had gone crazy. His partner had killed a kid, and now he was chasing him. Other officers were on the way, but Officer Grigg had heard shots from the complex up ahead. He was terrified that his partner had killed someone else. He came into the courtyard and froze, hugging the wall as he drew his gun. When he peeked around, I could see that the courtyard had 6 bodies sprawled out around the corner. They'd been killed as they tried to charge him, and as Officer Grigg peeked, he saw another crazy man running at the cornered officer. He shot him, his head exploding in a puff of red, and he fell down with the others in a twitching mass. Grigg stepped up then, training his gun on his partner as he approached slowly. "Mulder, just put it down, man. We can talk about this. We can..." Mulder turned to look at him, his eyes glazed and unseeing, just before his head snapped to the side and he fell against the wall. Grigg spun and fired without looking, and the last image I saw was another officer sliding down the wall, his eyes far away and his expression slack. The camera zoomed in on the dead officer's nameplate, and I read J. Myers. The next few videos were much like the others. Street fights, car accidents that turned violent, shaky videos that caught random acts of violence, and throughout all of them, people sometimes screamed Josh or Joshua. I wasn't sure how many I had watched, but the end result was always the same: murder, death, pain. I looked at the videos in that folder and felt sick. There were so many of them. I had watched less than 1/10 of them. There could be 10,000 on this laptop. How many of them would be like the ones I had seen before? Just random acts of violence that were not so random in the end. How many Joshes had really died that day because something in their heads told them to? I exited out of the folder, and that's when I saw a second folder that I had missed on first inspection. J. Holder was in the subject line in all caps. When I opened the folder, there were 7 videos inside. The first was at 8:30, and it looked like it might be another security cam video. The other 5 videos happened between 9:50 and midnight, with the 7th being around 5 a.m. I was hesitant to begin these videos, but there was something intriguing about them. Why had they been separated? Who was this guy? Joshua Holder, I assumed. I opened the first video and found footage from a convenience store CCTV. A blond man in a black t-shirt was standing in line, waiting his turn. He was fidgeting, the old lady in line taking longer than she strictly needed to, and I could see him sigh as he tapped his foot. He had some snacks and a drink in his hand, and it looked like any other day in any other town. Then, and I had to rewind the video a few times to catch it, his eyes glazed over, and the snacks fell out of his hand. The owner must have yelled at him, because he looked up and made eye contact as the woman at the counter turned to look at him. Then, he rushed the counter, vaulted over it, and was lost to view as the woman screamed wordlessly and ran from the store. 5 minutes later, he left. His fists were bleeding, and his face looked to be dripping with something. The second video was at 9:50. It was short, less than a minute. A car was stopped at a light, waiting for the green light, when Holder approached the vehicle. He reached in, slammed the driver's face against the steering wheel, and dragged them from the car. Putting his head under the tire, he then proceeds to climb behind the wheel and drive away. The red smear on the concrete told me everything I needed to know. The third video was another body cam shot at 10:40. An officer identifies himself as Officer Felder and tells us that he's approaching the car for a routine traffic stop. As he comes up to the window, I saw Holder's face staring blankly back at him. Officer Felder begins his rehearsed line, but suddenly tapers off as he reaches for his gun. Holder pulls a gun from beside the door as the officer is fumbling with the strap and shoots him 6 times. As he falls, we see Holder dragging him back into his squad car, leaving the stolen vehicle behind. At 11:20, I got my next video of Holder. The next video is a security camera, seeing a police officer gunning down people in a courtyard. The video is familiar, though, and when I saw an officer peek around the corner, I realized it was the same one that I'd been watching earlier. It was Officer Grigg, as he tried to subdue his partner, but I was seeing it from a different angle. As Grigg approached, gun out but speaking soothingly, I could see Holder stepping out from another alley and leveling a pistol. He was wearing a uniform he had likely stolen from a cop, and after he shot, he stepped back out of sight. The other officer ran in then, and Griggs put him down without thinking. The next video, the fifth, was another CCTV video. A man in a uniform was walking through a crowded mall. People were running, screaming soundlessly as he gunned them down. Each shot was precise, each kill was clean, and only men seemed to fall at his hands. The footage whipped through a couple of different cameras, and the officer was deadly as he proceeded. In all, I watched him kill 7 men before he approached the door to the food court, flashing lights visible beyond. That was 4 p.m. by the timestamp. The next video was at 10, and it was news footage of Holder surrendering. He was getting on his knees, dressed in a blood-stained uniform, and police were taking him into custody. The news anchor was saying how Jeffrey Holder was responsible for the deaths of 15 people and had led police on a murder spree that had been capped off with his murder of 7 people at the Bayview Mall. Police did not believe he had any accomplices and were just glad to have the situation under control. But wait, I rewound the video as the name clicked. Jeffrey Holder, not Joshua Holder? Something didn't add up. I opened the last video, waving away an orderly with a dinner tray as I realized it was 7 at night. These videos had engrossed me for hours. I was sickened by them, shocked by them, but they had drugged me in and made me watch. These were my people dying, and I was reveling in the new sort of shared camaraderie. I was mourning for them as they fell. I was horrified for them as they succumbed to their baser instincts, and I was dreading what depravity might come next. Then there was this Jeffrey Holder, the worst of them all. I loaded up the last video and saw another security camera video of Holder in an interrogation cell. He was sitting at a long white table, hands cuffed to a metal ring, fidgeting as he had been in the convenience store. He was testing his restraints, checking his exits, and when the doors opened, a detective walked in to question him. The questions were expected. Why did you kill these people? What are your motives? Why did you do this? On and on and on. He sat there through it all in silence. Then the detective made a grave mistake. He leaned in close, wanting to ask Holder something quietly so the camera would have trouble hearing it. When Holder sank his teeth into his nose, he looked extremely surprised. When Holder had finished mutilating him, a scene that was very Silence of the Lambs, he maneuvered himself around and snaked the detective's key. A few short minutes later, and he was heading out the door that the detective had come in through. The camera continued to record the room as the detective's blood pooled there. When Brown came back the next day, I had moved 5 more videos into the Holder file. "You've been busy," he commented when I showed him. What happened after he escaped?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know, but needing to know. He made his way down to lockup with the detective's ID, killed a guard, and shot 7 men that were being held for violent crimes they'd committed that day. I'm pretty sure you can guess what their names were. He just kept killing, even after the rest snapped out of it. By the end of the 24 hours, there were very few left to snap out of it. The ones who fought and won snapped back at midnight. I remember coming to in a parking garage with blood on my hands and a knife in my pocket. I ran home, showered, and spent the rest of the day wondering what the hell had happened. Those who were unable to kill others, incarcerated or committed individuals, took their own lives in a fit of rage. The ones who were in a coma or were unable to take their own lives are all that's left. The final total is something like 5,000 Joshes worldwide. Why has no one noticed? I asked, astonished. Someone has, because they've been using the media to cover it up. They've been spreading false information in order to make people think it's a joke, a meme. But when people start noticing that their loved ones haven't come home, it'll be a little harder to sweep under the rug. Before he left, I asked him one more question. He had let me keep the laptop, telling me to observe the videos and see if I could find any more Holder sightings, which led me to my last question. I had seen him escape. I knew he had killed once, but I didn't know why. Why would he snap like that? He isn't a Josh. Also, why kill us? Brown shrugged. Who knows? All we know is that no one has seen him since the incident, and we're pretty interested in finding out where he is and what he's been up to. That was a week ago. Brown stopped returning my emails 2 days ago, and that's worrisome. The group he belongs to, a group of Joshes on Reddit, have been monitoring some things. They've noticed more Josh-related deaths since the incident. Someone is killing them. Someone is tracking us down, and I fear that Brown may be their latest victim. The message I got in my email yesterday was pretty clear about that. I will finish what I started, it said. It was signed, J. Holder. It was raining buckets when we left the theater, and the wipers weren't helping much. We'd been in Franklin to see a movie, some western that Grandpa had been interested in, and as we came back to the truck, the rain had started coming down hard. It was a common enough spring storm, but it turned mean pretty quickly. As we pulled out of the parking lot, it was still manageable, but as we headed for home, the sky opened up and the downpour began. Grandpa was sitting placidly on the passenger seat, but I could tell he was nervous by the way his old hands gripped the handholds at the top of the truck. Truth be told, I was a little nervous too. I'm a good driver. My safe driver discount speaks to that, but even I was having trouble navigating this weather. The road home was a 2-lane, and I seemed to be in the left lane, staring at oncoming headlights, more than in my own lane. "Easy, kid. I'd like to make it home in one piece," Grandpa said through gritted teeth. "Sorry, Gramps. This rain's a little treacherous." When the wipers revealed an oncoming semi an instant before its horn blared, I jerked the car roughly back into our lane and decided that enough was enough. I pulled into a gas station in Cloudy Gap and told Grandpa we were going to wait for the rain to die down a little bit. Grandpa blew out air in a distinctly horsey noise. "Oh, brother, it's just a little rain, kid. When I drove trucks, I used to go through storms 5 times this bad." "Well, we got time to kill, Gramps. Won't you tell me about one?" Grandpa rolled his eyes, but I could see his grin as he contemplated his latest story. "I'll tell you about the worst one. The time I drove from the base to Nome, through the worst blizzard I'd ever seen." As the rain sheeted down the glass, I let the truck idle beneath me, Grandpa regaling me with another tale of the Alaskan wilderness. "It was 1944, and the war was still raging. There was talk that it wouldn't go on much longer, but it was still going strong at that point. They had taken the reserves from the surrounding military bases, needing every man to the front, but they still needed people to watch and listen at my base. John and I had managed to draw the short straw on that one, and they'd left us there with a mix of 30 recruits to keep track of the base and keep watch for encroaching threats. John and I were sort of in charge, being the most senior of the grunts, and besides the major, we didn't have much of a chain of command left. We were just a little puddle jumper installation anyway, and if the big brass hadn't been afraid of the Reds coming in to take the coast while we were distracted at the front, we'd probably be dodging lead in a foxhole, too. That spring, we had the worst late winter of the season, and the whole base seemed to have contracted some kind of weird illness. At first, we just thought it was the flu or maybe a nasty strep outbreak. But as it carried on for nearly a month, the medic we had didn't know what it was. You had soldiers sniffling and snorting, barely able to breathe, running fevers and taken to their beds for weeks at a time, and the number of men we had for day-to-day operations was dwindling. What's more, John said that some of the natives on the res were taken to their beds with it too, and it was becoming a problem. Public Works is at a standstill, and there doesn't seem to be a mail carrier or a public servant that isn't in bed. Only one elder's managed to avoid it, and he's basically sitting the council by himself these days. Doc Hull is afraid for the kids that have it, and there have been a few deaths already. When the first recruit was found dead, having asphyxiated in the night when his lungs took on too much liquid, our physician finally got someone to take it seriously. A couple of days later, they had medicine on the way. A couple of days after that, we got hit with the worst blizzard yet. When I say that visibility was limited, I mean you could stand in your doorway and miss the latrine a few feet away. The wind was blowing hard enough to knock you down, and the snow fell thick enough to threaten the roofs on some of the barracks. We were understaffed already, and the few of us that weren't sick were getting ragged from picking up the slack. We did very little watching in that time, and spent our days instead tending to the sick and keeping the base upright. When I woke up one morning to John hacking up a lung, I knew it had gotten dire. The next day he was in bed and running a fever that made me downright scared. The base was operating with less than half its staff at this point, and the blizzard had been raging for nearly a week. People were sick. Volunteers were having trouble getting to them, and the ones we had tried to move to the infirmary had nearly died in the process when exposed to the elements. We were in a dire situation, and it was only about to get worse. When the medicine came into a port in Nome, there was no one willing to brave the elements to get it to us. The medicine was just sitting in Nome, Alaska, but there was no way it was getting out to the base anytime soon. When the major called all of us to his office on Friday, we all suspected what he was about to ask. He was shivering behind his desk, his uniform sticking to him from the sweat baking off of him, but he knew that if he took to his bed, what remained of our morale would be gone. Boys, I won't sugarcoat it, we're in a bad way here. If we don't get that medicine pretty soon, men are going to start dropping. It's a 2-day drive to Nome, 3 likely with the way the roads are. The doc says that if we don't get something soon, about 50% of them are probably going to cook in their beds after lights out one night. I need someone to volunteer to get that medicine, or we could all be done for. The other guys who had helped me keep this place running were good men, steadfast in their duties and hard-working, but they did not want to drive one of those old Ford Jeeps we had on a suicide mission. When it became clear that none of them were going to step up, I raised my hand and agreed to go. Are you sure, Register? I can't. He stopped long enough to sneeze, long runners of snot into a handkerchief. Make you any guarantees on coming back, but if you do this, you'll have saved the whole base for a certain. I told him I was sure, and he thanked me and got me the things I would need. An hour later, I was clambering through the snow in the best Jeep we had, with a week's worth of food and enough extra gas to get myself good and lost. The first day was the easiest, and that was good, because the weather was terrible. I found myself going off-road more than on, and the snow was thick enough to clog the front glass most of the time. I had to use the dash compass a lot and pray that I wasn't about to run into a tree or down into a gully. The heater kept a little slit for me to see out of, but it was little good in all that blow. I saw towns on the map, but most of them had shuttered their doors and windows against the blizzard. The few people I got to come to the door told me to move on and that the pumps had frozen up if gas was what I wanted. I was mostly looking for directions by that point, and the finger pointing I got was usually less than helpful. That was the only night I tried to drive in the blow after the sun went down. I thought for sure I could make better time if I drove some after dark, but the second time I nearly drove off the road and into a valley, I pulled it over and settled in for the night. It was a cold and miserable way to sleep, and the Jeep wasn't the only one that took some coaxing the next morning before it would move. The next day was when I saw the girl for the first time. I nearly ran her over when I rounded a corner and found her trudging through the pelting snow. The Jeep squealed as I hit the brakes. She was a native child. her coat thick and furry, and she was pulling a sled with a lamp on the back. She looked like a small bear in all those layers, and when she looked up at me, I realized she couldn't be more than 8 or 9. She glanced up without much fear, clearly comfortable in the snow, and continued to trudge. I drove on carefully, not wanting to throw snow onto her, but stopped and rolled my window down after a few seconds. I was pretty lost, the map little good with no landmarks, and as she plodded up beside the Jeep, I asked if I was heading in the right direction for Nome. She shook her head and pointed off into the trees to the south. "Take this road until the next fork and head south. When the woods thin, head west, and you should see the lights on the horizon. Don't go towards those lights. Head south again, and you'll get there." I thanked her, asking if she needed a ride somewhere. She was so young and just walking through temperatures I was pretty sure had killed grown men. But she shook her head and told me I better hurry. "You don't want to be late getting back to your base." I nodded, recognizing the wisdom there, and kept driving, leaving her to her adventure. I saw the lights later, the colorful lights in the sky that the area was famous for, and I had driven for about an hour before I saw some very different lights in the distance. I had made Nome in 2 days, something that seemed unlikely, and it took everything I had to stop for the night and not go right on to the city. I arrived around 8 the next morning, and by 10 I had the medicine and some supplies, and was back on my way again. I had to hurry. I could make it back, I knew it, and I didn't want anything to happen to my fellow basemates just because I had decided to take an extended sightseeing venture. The people in Nome thought I was crazy. No way would they have braved a storm like that. But the few natives I met wished me luck and told me they hoped I had a safe return. "Be on the lookout for a red lamp if you get lost," one of them told me. But when I asked what he meant, he said I would know when I saw it. I was back on the road before noon, but my luck was about to run out. The sun was going down on the 3rd day when I blew a tire and had to stop to change it. It was back amidst the trees, the dark sentinels making it preternaturally shadowy as they hunkered around me. The Major had prepared for a blowout, but as I hunkered amidst the wind and snow, I felt my fingers losing their usefulness. The gloves I had on were soon damp, and I had to climb back in the cab to warm them more than once. The nuts were frozen on the wheel, and I had to tap the ice off with my wrench constantly. I could hear things in the forest behind me, heavy things that had come to investigate me, and I tried not to notice them as I went about my work. It was good and dark by the time I got the tire on, my flashlight beam revealing the new circle of rubber that had replaced the old, and I settled in for the night as I prepared to continue tomorrow. The next day was the worst. I'd gotten turned around in the woods, and I felt sure I was going in circles. The blizzard covered my tracks nicely, but I was constantly looking back to make sure I wasn't treading the same ground again and again. The trees were all white and sagging, the road buried beneath the thick crust of snow, and I feared that I would not make it out of there. They would find me come spring, frozen to my seat, as my skeleton stared on in determination towards home. It was working towards afternoon when I saw a light ahead and made for it. It was red, someone having put a scarf or a mitten over a lamp, and as I edged the truck towards it, I was afraid that it might be something trickstery. I remembered the lights that had killed my friends, and Grandma had told me many times to beware things like fairy lights or will-o-wisps. I started to turn away from it, started to avoid the light, but when Grandma's old voice whispered to me, I knew it must be okay. "You avoid that, boy," and they will find you dead out here. Have faith in the old people, and have faith in things older than even me. It was pitch dark by the time I found it, and it turned out to be the same little girl I'd seen on my trip the first time. She looked back, her face guarded, and when I asked if she knew the way out of the woods, she pointed with a shaky hand, told me it was about 2 miles in that direction. She said to follow the moon when it came out, and that I'd probably be able to stay there for the night, if I hurried. I started to just drive off, but I asked her again if she wouldn't like a ride home. It's too cold out here for a kid on their own. Why don't you let me give you a lift? I ain't no weirdo, and I promise I won't do you harm. At this point, it kind of feels like I owe you my life. She looked like she would refuse me, but finally nodded and moved around to climb into the passenger seat. You'd probably never find your way without me anyway, she said, but not unkindly. I broke my cardinal rule then and drove on as the moon rose. It was just as she said, and an hour later we were out of the woods and back on something like a road. I could see the dim lights of a settlement in the distance, and as we drove, she said little. She had her sled in the back, her jacket looking dry as she leaned against the faux leather of the Jeep seats. She looked exhausted, at least from what I could tell, and as the heater warmed her, I saw moisture from the fur of her jacket. The longer we drove, the more worried about her I became. She looked to be asleep, so I tried to keep my megrims to myself so I wouldn't wake her, but the amount of water dripping off her was alarming. She was like a snowman in a sudden warm spell, and the water went from dripping to cascading. It sloshed to the floorboard of the Jeep, wetting the rubber mats and pooling beneath her. I finally asked if she was okay, and she groaned that I should look for the house with the red lamp on the front porch. "My sister still sets it out to help me get home," she croaked, and her voice sounded like someone with bronchitis. I saw the lamp as we came onto the outskirts, and sure enough, it was sitting in the window of a little house. It took the woman inside a few minutes to come to the door, and when she did, she seemed confused by my explanation for being there. "Sorry to bother you, miss, but I think I found your daughter walking in the woods. She said I was to look for the house with the red lantern, and she helped me get here at all, so bringing her home seemed like the only right thing to do." The native woman who had answered the door looked a little old to be the girl's mother, and she scrunched her face up with mistrust as I finished my story. "I don't have a daughter, mister. That lamp is for my sister. I have set it up every night since she went missing, and I fear I'll set it up every night until I go to join her." I assured her that I had a young girl in the cab of my Jeep, claiming to be her sister, but when I went to go get her, I was the one in for a shock. The seat was still wet, but there was nothing there but a thick winter jacket and a puddle of water. I went back with the jacket, telling her that I didn't know what had happened, but I stopped talking when she took the coat from me and began to cry. She said she had the twin of this coat in her closet. Their mother had sewn both of these coats for them, and the two had looked like bear cubs as they frolicked in the woods. I went back for the sled as well, but when I pulled it from the back, it looked very different than the one I had seen her slide back there. The wood was bloated, eldritch, and close to rotting away. The metal was caked in rust, the lantern old and weather-beaten, but none of that seemed to matter to the sister. She clutched it to her chest, wood flaking from the haggard relic, before inviting me in out of the cold. She told me how her sister had been in the woods, checking traps that her father had set. The family was sick. She and her father are dead already, and her sister was trying to keep meat on the table until their father could get back on his feet. They were hoping for a rabbit, or maybe a fox, or some birds, but instead, her sister had never returned. She had the lantern that she could light after dark to let people know that she needed help, and people claimed to have seen it many times after her death. We never saw her again, and her body was never found. You're the first person she's ever let bring her home. I don't know why she's chosen you, mister, but I'm glad she did. I spent the night on the sister's couch, and in the morning I made my way back to the military base. It appeared I had found more than medicine on the road to Nome, and I helped more than one community find something they'd been looking for. The rain came down, but it seemed less now. The sun was peeking through the clouds as we sat there, and I couldn't help but squint as it sent stars of light across the glass. I'd been transported into that blowing snow and glaring powder, and to find myself back at the start of a glorious Georgia summer was a little jarring. So did you make it back in time to save your fellow soldiers? I did. I made it back in 4 days as opposed to 6, and the major put me in for an accommodation for bravery. They sent some money home to my folks, too, as I recall, and Dad used it to help make repairs to the barn. I was a hero to those boys, and we even had enough to extend aid to Willowbrook, something they were very grateful for. The death toll on our mystery illness was small, 4 at the base and about 12 in town, and though the dead were mourned, it was considered a timely rescue on my part. We got moving again, and as we did, I remembered Grandpa's promise from the previous tale. Hey, I thought you were going to tell me about the end of the war. We're coming to that, boy, he said, smiling as he watched the hills he loved so much roll past. To all things a season, and to a season all things. It began as a freak snowstorm. I've been hiking and camping in the woods outside of Kashmir since I was in high school. It was a spot I used to like to come to with my friends before they all got too busy to return to nature every now and again. The wilderness in North Georgia is just so beautiful. It's a great place to immerse yourself in nature and return to your roots. This weekend, however, I found myself at nature's mercy instead of its beauty. Well, maybe not nature. The longer I stay here, the more I suspect that something insidious might be in this place. When I set up my tent Friday afternoon, the temperature had been a little crisp, but nothing out of the ordinary. Spring has been in bloom, and it seemed unthinkable that it could get below 50 in the daytime. I had been meaning to hike deeper, coming back out again on Sunday, but when I woke up to find snow, I decided my weekend might be a bust. After gathering the gear I could find, I began hiking back to my truck, but I must have gotten turned around. As the day fretted out, I realized how lost I'd become. My usual landmarks were either covered in snow or changed so drastically that I didn't even recognize them. My compass was no help. The needle kept turning and turning, leading me in circles as I wandered through the snow. As I got more and more turned around, the night began to creep up on me. I was soon watching the sunset as I thought about whether or not to put up my tent or keep walking. And that was when I saw the light. It was small, like a candle on a windowsill. I'd never seen any houses out in the woods before, but it was possible that someone had built one in the 6 or 8 months since I'd last been out here. I began heading in that direction, and as I did, I saw a cabin begin to materialize amidst the snow. A candle was burning on the windowsill, and as I approached, I began to look for signs of life. I saw no four-wheelers or any means of getting in and out. I was making sure to make a little noise, whistling and crunching loudly through the snow so as not to startle someone who might not want company. The cabin was not the sort of pre-made ones you sometimes saw in showrooms. It looked to have been made of sturdy trees, and the wood looked new and raw. Someone had built this recently, and it made me even more aware of whoever was inside. It was pretty likely that a gun lived there as well, and I was in no hurry to be a squib in the local paper. As I knocked on the door, I felt a little like Goldilocks trying to introduce myself to the three bears. I don't know what possessed me, but when no one answered, I tried the knob. It opened easily, and the door wasn't locked. So I stepped out of the snow to find a roaring fire in the grate of the one-bedroom cabin. It was humble. A bed, a table, a large bookshelf that seemed to stretch the length of one wall, some chairs, and the fireplace. It was so warm after having come out of the cold that I couldn't help myself. I stepped inside and made a beeline for the fireplace. I was careful not to track snow in, leaving my boots and pack on the front porch in the hopes that whoever lived there would recognize that I was here and not be startled. I don't know where the owner of the cabin was, but if they were out hunting in this weather, I wasn't likely to receive a warm welcome. Either way, I didn't think I had any options with the snow falling and the night fast approaching. I sat by the fire, and as the flames dried my clothes, I couldn't help but look at the huge bookshelf that stretched across the wall. It was floor to ceiling, and as big as it was, there was still space for more books. The books were numerous, about 30 in all, and their spines had the names of people instead of titles. My curiosity got the better of me, and I went and took the first one down. The name, Jeremy Blake, was printed in gold leaf on the spine, and when I opened it, it cracked in that satisfying way that old books do. The owner of the home probably wouldn't appreciate me perusing their bookshelf, but I figured I already had enough to apologize for. What was one more thing, right? The inside was written in what appeared to be real ink, and the handwriting was delicate and practiced. Whoever Jeremy Blake had been, he'd been a very dab hand when it came to writing. I had assumed it was biographical, but the book didn't look old enough to have been written in 1736, as it claimed on the front cover. Jeremy talked about being out hunting deer with his brothers when they were suddenly set upon by a snowstorm. It had been snowing when they set out, but they now found themselves in a real blizzard. His brothers had left him when he couldn't keep up, and Jeremy thought he was about to die. That's when he saw the light out in the woods. He talked about coming upon the cabin, and how it had seemed so empty, but lived in. Like me, he had decided to thank the owner when he returned, and set about penning this in his journal, which he'd brought with him. I pray the snow passes quickly. I would love nothing more than to return to my father's home, so that I might chastise my brothers for leaving me in such a sorry state. The next entry, though, was a little bit different. Jeremy had woken up to find that no one had returned to the cabin, and the snow was still falling outside. He had thought it looked a little better, and now that he was warm, he thought he might try to make his way home again. Jeremy opened the door to leave, but upon stepping out, he'd walked right back into the cabin instead. He tried this several more times, but always found himself stepping back into the warm, inviting cabin. There was only one door. When he tried to break a window in his fervor, he found they would not break. He became a little bit upset, fearing that he had stumbled into some kind of deviltry. He tried to leap through the window and nearly knocked himself unconscious. He had destroyed the house, flipped over tables and thrown chairs, but none of them had broken. When he turned around, it had all resumed its previous position, and Jeremy was certain that he had found some sort of witch's den and was most afraid. The next few days were full of entries about Jeremy continuing to live inside the cabin and discovering what it was all about. He found that he didn't need to eat or drink, which was both a blessing and a curse. Despite not needing these things, he found that he was always hungry and constantly licking his lips when his mouth felt dry. He watched from the window as the snow began to melt, and as winter became spring, he watched the animals roam outside the cabin. After a while, his entries became a journal of what he'd seen from the cabin's windows, until I discovered the last entry in this long, series of observations. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. I suppose it matters not. I've existed in this house for a long, long time. I cannot say how long, but I was not even 15 when I came in out of the cold, and now when I look at the glass over the fire, I see an old man staring back at me. I don't know how much longer I'll survive, but today I saw another person for the first time in a long time. I was looking out the window, watching the snow fall again, when a child came hesitantly from the tree line. He was looking at the small candle that had brought me here, but his eyes got big when he saw me looking back at him. He took a step towards the house, meaning to come inside or ask who I was, but I shooed him away. I think now that I should have let him open the door to see if I could escape, but I couldn't take the chance of that boy being stuck here as well. Better to die alone here than have some young fellow watch me pass. He scampered away when I banged on the glass and yelled at him. Probably for the best. I'm going to stop now. This journal does nothing but remind me that I'm alive. Maybe it would be better to be dead. I wasn't sure what to make of the journal. Was it real, or some make-believe story the owner had concocted? I looked at the bookcase and wondered if they were all like that. It was getting dark outside, so I took the second journal over to the fireplace so I could read it in the roaring light of the fire. Pine knot cracked as I got comfortable, and the whole experience was very rustic. The handwriting was a little rougher, not the same as the beautiful script of the previous one. Inside were the musings of a woodcutter. His writing was shorter, more surface level. He'd gotten lost while chopping wood and found the cabin on his way home. He stopped in to see who lived there and got himself trapped inside, just like the writer before him. He'd used his axe to try to break free, but to no avail. He'd taken up the book he found on the shelf and began writing to pass the time. Wasn't much, 3 or 4 pages before he stopped. He wrote about watching some squirrels, seeing a deer, and worrying that he would starve when he didn't find any food in the cabin. Whether he died or became bored, I don't know. He stopped writing about 5 pages in, signing Roland Wood at the bottom. The same name on the book spine, written in the same rough gold leaf that the words were written in. The next diary turned out to be a kind of fantasy story, something my grandpa would have called an oat opera. It talked about pioneers on the trail, one of them breaking off in the night to have a call of nature. He finds a strange cabin with a flickering candle, and once he went in, it refused to turn him loose. He spent a few pages talking about being trapped in the cabin, and when his sister came to look for him, he saw her and banged on the window to get her attention. She looked up, clearly startled, and ran away before she could help him. Whether she'd seen him or not, no one ever came to look for him. The rest of the journal was spent telling the story of the pioneers and what they must have seen on the trail. His sister seemed to be the main character, and he talked about the Indians they fought, the animals they hunted, and the things they survived on the way to their new home. Eventually she married a man, and the two lived on the prairie with their growing family on the outskirts of Preacher's Glen. Towards the end, he must have become a little jaded with the whole thing, and the story took a dark turn. His sister, her husband, and her children became riddled with hardships as the Indians descended upon their house, burning their crops and killing them all. The sister watched her family suffer for the crime of leaving her brother behind. The journal ended with her finally being allowed to die at the hands of her captors. He signed it William T. Pitt on the last page, and when I looked up from the story, I realized it was day again. As snow rattled loudly against the window, I had to wonder if it had only been a day. Jeremy's journal made it clear that the concept of time was a little wobbly. Had I been here a day? A week? A year? The snow was still blowing outside, but it didn't have to be the same storm that had brought me here. I looked at the door as I got up to put the book away, and wondered if I would find myself stepping right back into the cabin. I took a step towards the door, but I wasn't bold enough to try it yet. I needed more research first. With little else to do, I picked up the fourth journal. I noticed that William Pitt was on the spine of the third one as I put it back, and Beverly Stryker was on the spine of the one I took down. It seemed that the cabin had finally attracted a female resident, and I was interested in getting her point of view on the whole situation. Beverly's story was a little different from the others. Miss Stryker was in trouble when she found the cabin. Beverly had been fleeing into the night to escape her abusive husband. She hadn't wanted to marry him. He was not the sort of man that women like to marry, but she had made the mistake of falling for him when she was young, not realizing what a brute he was until it was too late. By then, her father had decided that if his youngest daughter wanted to marry someone so far below her station, then he would let her. He had enough useless mouths to feed, useless mouths in need of dowries, and her husband had asked relatively little from him by way of a dowry. The two had been wed less than a year when Beverly had run away for the first time. He had found her easily enough. Her husband was a hunter, and her trail had been easy to follow. He had his farmhands tie her up in the barn and whipped her with a horsewhip he used on the colts when they were breaking them in. Her skin had been covered in welts, broken and red from the lashing, and Beverly had been left in the barn overnight to think about what she'd done. She thought all right, but it wasn't likely the reflection her husband had been thinking of. Beverly lay in the filthy hay all night, thinking about her current situation and planning her next escape attempt. She played the dutiful wife for the next 3 months, filling his cup, cooking his dinner, and keeping his house like he liked, until her husband grew lazy again. He stopped having the hands watch her so closely. He stopped locking the bolts every night so she couldn't escape. He stopped putting the dogs out every night so they would alert him when she left. Then one night, she ran, but not fast enough. He was after her sooner than she expected, and she had heard the bang of the dogs and the clump, clump, clump of the horses' hooves. She was running through the woods, the early autumn chill sending goosebumps up her skin. She hadn't gotten dressed in anything heavier than a shift. If he'd caught her getting dressed, he'd have known she meant to run. So now she ran in the light of the late-year moon, her body bathed in the golden light as she fled for her life. When she had fallen, she had expected to be ridden down out of hand, but the hooves and the dogs went past her as she lay curled in the boughs beneath a tree. The roots made a kind of cage, Beverly looking through the bars as she listened to insects and night birds singing their song. She expected to be found, expected to be caught, but as the night deepened, she found it was only her out in the wilderness. The dancing light had stolen her from her worries, and that was when she noticed the candle. Beverly found the cabin and had been trapped by the enticing cage. There wasn't much after that. She'd written a little more, but nothing as exciting as the night run through the forest. She read the journals and discovered that she couldn't leave, but there was none of the fear or uncertainty the others had shown. She was content in this place, a place her husband couldn't find. She lived inside the cabin, updating the journal sparingly and passing away with nothing to show for it, and no one the wiser. I looked at the door again, but the next book looked so inviting. Books became my food. I devoured them, reading some of them and taking their stories in. The cabin had attracted many in its lifetime, and I wondered how many more had chosen not to write. How many had suffered in silence here? How many had simply wasted away with nothing to mark their passing, except their memories? Those who had written had left behind everything, from pages and pages of observation to short little stories about nothing at all. They wrote fantasies, westerns, slice-of-life stories about the people they'd left behind, and it all became more and more modern as time went on. I don't know how long I sat there reading, but it was snowing again when I looked up to find a journal in my hand with my own name on it. I opened it and found the pages as white and blank as the landscape outside my window. The doorknob was cold when I wrapped my hand around it. The wind was cold as it blew snow in through the open door. My boots were still on the porch, but they looked old and weather-beaten. The backpack was gone, likely dragged off by some animal while I was reading. The boots had been tan when I bought them less than a year before I entered the cabin. Now they look bleached, the fabric thin as a mummy's cheek. I wanted to reach out and touch them, to see if my fingers would go through the thin skin of the boots, but I knew I would never get close to them. I stepped out onto the porch and found my foot coming down on the hardwood floor of the cabin. I closed the door and went back to the fire, picking up the journal with my name on it. If you're reading this, then it's already too late. I don't know if this place is supernatural or just some old pocket out of time, but I do know that it's a trap. I don't know if there's any escape from this place, but I know that no one's coming to look for me. I hope my diary is the last, but I have no doubt there will be others. The house seems to draw us to it, collecting stories as it collects lives. At least, I'll be warm before I die. I looked down at what I'd written, unsure of what else to say. It was barely a page, and the effort seemed lame. I was no writer. I'd never done more than emails or text messages. But as I struggled to find something to add to it, the futility of the exercise hit me all at once. If someone read it, they would be trapped anyway. My warning wouldn't help them, and my eyes slipped over to the fire as I thought about just burning it. Would it burn? I didn't know, but if the cabin wanted lives, then why give it what it wanted? Then I turned back to the door and thought of something a little different. An experiment might bear results. The book thumped onto the porch when I tossed it, and when I turned back to the bookshelf, it hadn't returned to its spot. The snow skittered across the pages, leaving wet runners on the paper as they marked them. They fluttered back and forth as the wind hit them, but the book was a little too heavy to be pushed by the wind. The snow seemed loath to come up on the porch, so I didn't think it would ruin it. When I closed the door, I hoped that someone would see it before they opened it. I had added a little bit at the end, and as I sat shivering by the fire, I hoped they would notice the book and follow the instructions before barging in. Knock 3 times and open the door. Under no circumstances come in. If the house is empty, run away as fast as you can. If I'm here, hopefully you can help me escape. Dylan drummed his fingers on the desk as he stared at the blank screen. The Darrow Feuds, by Dylan Mandry. He'd been looking at that title for 3 months, and it was starting to grind against his sanity. He needed this book to come together, but he just didn't have the words. The sequel to Darrow Farm had been highly anticipated after the first one had spent 6 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. It had been a somber tale of pioneers looking for a fresh start, and the strange and frightening neighbors they had found in the woods around Utah's Hellman Valley. People had loved his description of the farmer's daughters, especially Gloria, who had ultimately been tempted by the strange creatures who resided within the forest and decided to leave the safety of her Protestant father and his homestead. They had wanted to know what happened next for the pioneer family, and Dylan's agent had been absolutely feral for his notes on the next part of the series. Dylan had been pretty interested in the notes too, wherever they were. The fact of the matter was, Dylan had begun to come to terms with the idea that he might not have another book in him. It hadn't been so bad at first. The book was successful, selling something like 6,000 copies in the first week. He had been happy, his publisher had been happy, and his agent had been all smiles when he congratulated him on making the list. This was amazing for a first-time author, but when the book sold another 6,000 copies the week after that, Dylan was taken by surprise. Suddenly his book was being read by book clubs, discussed in literary blogs, and his agent called to tell him that the primetime show Caldermain Tonight wanted to offer him a guest spot on this Friday's show. It's a small segment, no more than 10 minutes, but it's huge for a first-time writer, his agent had assured him. After the interview, he'd gone on to sell something like 50,000 copies, and that's when the networks had taken notice. 4 months ago, he'd signed a contract with Amazon for the first season of Darrow Farm, and cashed a check larger than anything he'd ever seen. Suddenly, he could do no wrong. Suddenly, he was the industry's golden boy, and everybody wanted a word with him. He made the circuit with the show's director, and book sales continued to soar. He was on Caldermain again, plugging the show, when the notion of a sequel had first been pitched, and it had been an utter ruination for him. "So, with the success of your first book, how long before we see a sequel?" Dylan had been unable to answer, gaping like a fish before he tried to formulate something witty that wouldn't sound too unsure. I'm working on the first draft as we speak," he said, flashing the serpent's grin that seemed to be the providence of all successful writers. Who was it who'd said that all writers were liars? Probably many people, most of them as big, if not bigger, liars than he was. Here he had sat, after making such a pompous claim with nothing to show for it but a title, and a working title at that. He was no closer to finishing this book than he was to finishing the first chapter, and as Dylan sighed and put his head in his hands, he came to terms with the hard truth. He would never finish this book, and when the curtain fell on Season 1 of Darrow Farm, there would never be a Season 2. Now, said a voice from the chair in front of him. Dylan sat up quickly as he looked at the odd man who was suddenly in his study. "That's a bit bleak for someone your age." Dylan took in the odd man, his mind stuck in that strange limbo between fear and anger. How had this guy come to be in his study, a room that existed behind 2 locked doors? The locks had seemed a little needless until this point. Dylan lived in a fairly upscale neighborhood, in a 3-bedroom loft that he would probably have to move out of if he didn't get something written. He couldn't remember the last time he had heard sirens on his street, let alone heard about a break-in. The man didn't appear in need of any of his stuff, however. He looked like a carnival barker in his long black coat, the white shirt beneath looking crisp enough to cut. One polished boot was perched on a knee. His blonde hair looked odd as it hung over his mirrored sunglasses. He was holding a copy of Darrow Field, which he snapped shut as Dylan looked at him. The book was a prop, much like his attire, and Dylan suddenly felt the worm of curiosity poking to the surface. Who the hell are you?" Dylan asked, the words sounding way more confident than he felt. "How rude of me. I'm Richard T. Sereph, and I'm a blessing to men like you," said the man, flashing an obscene amount of pearly white teeth as he smiled. Men like me?" Dylan asked. "I assume you mean writers." "I was speaking of desperate men, but I often find that the two go hand in hand." Dylan sighed. "I don't know how you got in here, but I want you out of my study before I call the police. I'm hard at work, and you—" "Oh, I can tell," the man said, tossing the book onto the glass top of Dylan's coffee table. "You've been hard at work for the last 3 months now. Procrastination is a full-time job, isn't it, Mr. Mandray? Just who the hell do you think you— If you were a man of lesser means, I'd offer to pay you for your talent and take my leave. But you have something that many don't, and it makes the world go round." Dylan stood up, confident now that he understood where this was going. This huckster was after his money, and Dylan was in no mood to indulge him. "Get the hell out of my house. At this point, I don't think I need to call the cops. You keep moving on this course, I'll toss you out myself." The man smiled his predatory smile and reached into his coat. Dylan's compass suddenly swung around to fear again, and he took a step back as he tensed for the shot. The man would shoot him now. Dylan could already see the gun coming out, and he wondered what the news would make of his death. Famous writer killed before his time, they would say, and when the thud hit his desk, he could already feel the burning in his chest. Instead, he opened his eyes to find a small leather-bound book sitting on the edge of the desk. For those with so much imagination, your kind always need proof. The book wasn't large, no great demonic tome or heavy arcane bit of binding. It was about the size of an average paperback, about 200 pages, but the leather covering it looked ancient. It was cracked, the symbols on the cover broken by jagged rifts, and the spine bore neither name nor legend. As it sat there, Dylan felt like something on the cover was watching him, something that did not love him. What is it? Dylan asked, the man already crossing to the door. A book, he said, as though it were obvious. A very special book. It will give you what you need, and when you have it, don't hesitate to call me for more. He took a normal-looking business card from his front pocket and laid it on the edge of the table beside the door. He left then, but when Dylan got up to follow him out, he found his hallway empty. He searched the house, but it was occupied by only one slightly ruffled writer and one strange little black book. Dylan checked the door, returning to his work when he was certain that no one was lurking in his home. He sat in front of the computer, but his heart just wasn't in it. His eyes kept straying to that little book, and with every glance, his curiosity grew. It was nothing, just an old book, but his mind refused to believe it. It was a mystery, something new, a Pandora's box just waiting to be opened. He typed a few sentences, but immediately deleted them. He'd been doing that for months, the words sounding lame as they sat like slugs on the page. He floundered in this way for most of the afternoon, the book judging him as he played at work. More than once he started to reach for it, but always thought better. More than once he started to simply push it off the desk, but he felt sure that it would open its pages and there would be teeth waiting to bite him. In the end, he wasted another short time, and as the sun set and the day died, Dylan finally took the book in hand. He couldn't stand it anymore, and when he opened it up, he was suddenly sorry he had given in. The book made a hollow sound as it landed on the ground, but Dylan was suddenly rendered blind. An ice pick had lodged itself between his eyes, and the sudden, blinding revelation made him glad that he'd been sitting. He had experienced insight before, but this was akin to the most intimate defilement. If he could find the strength to lift his hands, Dylan imagined that he would feel his brain pattering to the carpet where a bullet had ripped through his skull. He was falling into some bright abyss from which there was no escape. And then, suddenly, it was all gone. He was sitting in his chair, his hands empty, but his mind was full. He wrote the rest of that day and well into the next, and when he emailed his agent the first 10 chapters of what he'd written, his agent's response was one of bemused confusion. "This is not a sequel to Darrow Farms," he said, when he called him 3 hours later. "Is that a problem?" Dylan asked, already guessing the answer. "If the chapters are as good as these, I doubt it will be," he said, and Dylan could hear the smile in his voice. He was sitting at his laptop again, waiting to be inspired. Roland's War had been the story of a cavalry deserter who defended a town he was settling in from a group of his old army brothers turned outlaw. It was well received, outselling Darrow Farms and earning a movie this time instead of a TV show. Kurt Russell had been cast as Roland, the main character, and the check he had been cut this time was even bigger than the one before. The royalties from Darrow Farms' TV show had also been substantial, and that's why he found himself here again. Amazon wanted a season 2, his publisher wanted a sequel, and Dylan, yet again, found himself trying to create straw from gold. He had written a few sentences that he liked, and a few paragraphs that he felt confident about, but he knew he would delete most of it later. The book was DOA, and he knew the likelihood of it coming out at all was slim to nil. He might as well try to write a sequel to Roland's War for all the good that would do him. As he wrote and erased, he thought again about the man in the black coat. He had looked at the business card more than once since that day a year ago, and he opened his desk drawer as he took it out and looked at it again. Richard T. Sereph and Libris Talent were printed on the front, along with a phone number. He could call him again, Dylan knew, but he had resisted up until now. He had no proof that Roland's War had anything to do with the book that Sereph had left behind. But, he thought as he hit the delete key on the better part of an hour's worth of work, he didn't have any proof that it hadn't. The phone rang only once before Dylan heard that smooth, oily voice waft through his ears. "Why, Mr. Mandry, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Dylan gulped. The man knew his number, a number he had never given him. I need more," he half-whispered, and he could hear the muscles in the old demon's face as they creaked into a grin. "The price is 100,000, sent to my account that I am about to message you." A text popped up with the information to a private bank account. And when do I... But Sereph cut him off. "When the money is transferred, you will receive your book." But how long?" Dylan asked, his fingers dancing over the keys as he finished the operation. He had hit send on the money when the sound of his doorbell came from downstairs. There was a box on the doorstep, and inside was another leather-bound book. Mr. Sereph had already hung up. After 8 years, Dylan was still looking at an empty screen with the words Darrow's Feud on them. In those 8 years, he had written 5 more books, and made 5 more payments to Mr. Sereph. In 5 years, he had written 2 more cowboy dramas, a sci-fi novel that had shocked and impressed his agent and his peers, and a slice-of-life drama they had turned into a successful TV series, as well as a fantasy novel that even George R. was raving about. They had bred 3 more movies as well, and book sales in the hundreds of thousands. The name Dylan Mandry was synonymous with innovation and flexibility, and he had offers from just as many colleges as he did conventions. None of the big Ivy League ones, of course, but Dartmouth had offered him a very comfortable position if he was interested in relocating. They wanted him to teach his technique to aspiring writers, which was why Dylan had to turn them down. It would be difficult to teach a class on get rich and outsource your ideas to a magic man with books that scramble your brains 101. His agent and his publisher had long ago stopped asking for a sequel to Darrow Farm. They had decided that he was a one-book man, and they had both made enough money off of him to be satisfied with his writing process. They were happy to take his work, and a portion of his royalties, and these days the checks were sizable enough. Though Dylan knew that soon they wouldn't be enough. Mr. Sereph's prices were akin to the pushers he had seen in his neighborhood when he was a kid. The first taste was always free, then they had you as a customer for life. Sereph's prices seemed to double with every call. 100 grand became 200 grand, became 400 grand, became 800 grand, became $1 million. "I rounded it down, since you're a frequent customer," he said, and Dylan had paid it, even though it hurt to part with it. Despite being successful, he wasn't as rich as everyone thought. Giving Sereph several $1 million had hurt, and if the next payment followed suit, he would nearly be broke. The richest beggar in literature. No wonder most of them just drank it all away. He tried to resist the urge to call this time, watching the cursor blink as he tried to make the words come. Had it all been a fluke? Had he really thought that he had another book in him? Had he been so foolish as to think that he could write something that good a second time? No, he thought. The magic was still in there. It was him that was broken. He had gotten so used to taking the easy way out that he'd forgotten how the craft worked. Mr. Sereph was just another pusher, and Dylan was his loyal junkie who just kept coming back for another hit. He stared at the blinking cursor for another 10 minutes, feeling his time ticking away, before finally calling Mr. Sereph. "Well, well, well, if it isn't the writer of the decade. I've heard your name bandied about with great expectation lately." "Yeah, Thanks for all that, but I need help with this next book." "You know the price," Mr. Sereph said. $2 million in my account. Then you... I need help with a specific story this time." Sereph was quiet for so long that Dylan thought the line was dead. "Hello? Hello, are you there? I need you..." "I'm sorry, Mr. Mandry, but that's not how it works." Dylan was speechless for a moment. How what works?" "I can limit you to a specific genre if you like. Most of your fame seems to be frontier dramas, but I can't help you with a particular story. It just doesn't work like that." Dylan wanted to get angry. He wanted to rant and rail at this man who had taken so much money from him, but the curiosity that had brought him to writing in the first place made him ask the question that was rolling around inside his head. How does it work?" That same muscle-tightening sound, like old ropes on a mast, could be heard as Mr. Sereph flashed his crest-kid smile from the other side of the phone. "Do you care?" Dylan did, but he said no. Some things were better left unsaid. "Mr. Mandry, how do you write across multiple genres like that? Where do you find the inspiration?" Dylan hoped they couldn't see him hide his guilty smile as he buried it. "Well, I find that inspiration is fickle. Sometimes it gives you a bounty, but not always what you need. I've been hoping to recapture that inspiration soon, but so far, it eludes me." Class was almost over, and he always let the students pick his brain at the end. Dartmouth had been glad to have him, and the move to New Hampshire had been easy. Dylan had been able to pack up all his possessions in a suitcase, the ones he hadn't sold. He had kept 2 suits, some day wear, his laptop, and a few books. He had come to a new city with little more than the clothes on his back. If the 5 years before had been tumultuous, then the 5 that had come after had been turbulent. He still had no sequel to Darrow Farm, but he had published 2 more bestsellers. Both had been 2 years apart, and both had been the sort of oat operas that he had started with. The first was the best of them, Flanders Holdfast, and when Amazon had asked if they could adapt it for the series, he had told them to go right ahead. They had asked if he would mind helping them with the second season when all was said and done, and he had also agreed to that. Whatever magic had produced Darrow Farm had dried up, and he had come to terms with the fact that he was dry too. The second had been only 2 years before, and that was when he'd come to terms with the fact that he'd had a problem. Margaret's sachet had sold decently, but it had come nowhere near the cost of it. That had been when Dylan had sold all his things and moved to New Hampshire. The loft he lived in, the first eds he'd collected in college, the Dickens third eds he'd had from his father, his clothes, his signature, his blood, his sperm, whatever it took to get that next hit of success. He had long ago given up on the idea that one of these hits would be the sequel he wanted, but that hardly mattered. He wanted the high of seeing his name in print, the euphoria of being in the mouths of every important person in his circle, the dizzying feeling as he looked down from his ivory tower at all the little people who wish they could be him. That's why he was working here. He needed the money. He needed it bad. And if he intended to feel that jolt again before he died, he would pay for another hit of that sweetest nectar. He realized he'd been staring out the window and pointed to a young man in the front row. He thought his name might be Max, or maybe Philip, but after the numbers on the roster passed 10, Dylan had trouble remembering everyone unless they made an impression. He regretted calling on him when he stood up, that hateful artifact clutched in his hand like a crucifix. He wondered if Dracula had looked at the cross the way that he now looked at copies of Darrow Farm, and as the boy's teeth fixed into a flattered grin, Dylan tried to make his own do likewise. "I just wanted to tell you what this book meant to me when I was a kid. I loved all your books, and I'm not even a sci-fi reader usually, but this one really spoke to me. I know you must hear it all the time, but do you think you'll ever do a sequel to Darrow Farm?" Dylan thought about how to answer the question tactfully, and finally decided on the truth. No, probably not. I've been trying for years, and I just can't make it work. They dispersed then, seeming to understand that this was a good time to make themselves scarce. He reminded them to work on their chapters for peer-proofing tomorrow, and sat heavily in his chair as he thought again about Darrow's feud. It had been 11 years. If he hadn't done it now, he supposed he never would. Mr. Mandry? Dylan looked up to see the same kid who'd asked the question, remembering suddenly that his name was Malcolm. Sorry to bother you, sir, but I was wondering if... He floundered a little, setting the copy of Darrow Farm on Dylan's desk. He wanted an autograph. They always did. The kid had turned to dig in his bag, looking for a pen, Dylan had no doubt. Dylan tried not to sigh as he reached into his desk and took out his own pen, signing the dust jacket as he slid it back to him. He tried to smile, but it was so hard with the proof of his failure sitting right in his face. There you go, kid. I usually charge $25 for one of those, but your tuition keeps me warm, so this one's on the house. Malcolm smiled, but when his hand came out of the bag, he was holding a sheaf of papers. Thanks, sir, but I'd like to know if you'd look at something I've been writing. His hands were shaking a little, and Dylan looked at the clock before taking the offered pages. Malcolm's class was his last of the day, and he had a few minutes to look over the kid's notes. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his dreary little condo, only having an evening of looking at the blinking cursor ahead of him, or the equally bleak numbers in his bank account that never seemed to rise high enough. He had laid the notes out, scanning them in a perfunctory way, but the farther he got, the more interested he became. I hope it's not too forward, but I loved your book so much. I know it's rough, but it could be something if I had your help. It's not the actual sequel to Darrow Farm, but perhaps the spiritual successor? Dylan devoured the pages as he read, his anger beginning to kindle. Who the hell did this kid think he was? This was plagiarism. This was theft. He'd see this boy thrown out of college, out of New Hampshire, but the most galling part was that it was good. He could have overlooked it if it had been trash, but Malcolm had written something great. To hell with Darrow Farms. This was something better than it could ever be. He only had a few chapters, but they continued the pioneer family story flawlessly. The more he read, the less angry he became, and the more his curiosity took over. Do you like it, sir? Malcolm asked, and Dylan's face must have looked ghastly, because he'd taken a step away from the desk. I know it's pretty rough, but I think with your help, this is astonishing, Dylan breathed, looking up at Malcolm as if he couldn't believe the boy was real. You wrote this? Malcolm's smile was back in force. I did. I wrote it because you inspired me, sir. Do you really like it? Dylan almost didn't trust himself to talk. He loved it. He wanted to help Malcolm make it great. He wanted to introduce him to his agent and tell him that there would finally be a sequel to Darrow Farm, maybe even two. He wanted to smash this boy's head in and take his notes and leave him for dead. He wanted to rip his skull open and eat his brain like some cannibal trying to get at his thoughts. The last image gave him an idea, however, and his smile was genuine when he looked back at the smiling young man whose future was likely to be much brighter than his. Or might have been. How would you like to have dinner with me, Malcolm? We'll talk about your book, and then you can come back to my apartment and compare notes. I love what you have here, and I'm excited to get started right away. Malcolm looked as though Christmas had come early. I'd love to, sir. Wow, you have no idea what a dream come true this is. Likewise, Dylan said, and as he rose, the two walked and chatted as Dylan made plans just below the surface. What have you done? Sereph asked as he stood in Dylan's dingy apartment, and looked at the comatose form of his student. Dylan didn't think it took much imagination to see what he'd done. He'd fed the kid, they'd talked about his book, and while he was in the bathroom, Dylan had slipped something extra into his drink. It hadn't been anything too insidious, some sleeping pills his doctor had prescribed him a few years ago. But when Malcolm had started stumbling on the way to the apartment, he had wondered if the dosage had been too high. He had called Mr. Sereph after putting the sleeping kid on the couch, telling him that he had his payment, but he'd need to come and get it this time. "I don't accept cash or checks. You know that. Transfer the money to my account, and you'll want to come get this payment, Mr. Sereph. Trust me." Sereph had seemed eager to see what Dylan had for him, but now he looked mad enough to chew up nails and spit iron. As Dylan's grandfather had often said, "Is this your idea of a joke?" said Mr. Sereph, and suddenly he was in Dylan's face, the eyes behind those mirrored shades the color of piss. "No, far from it," said Dylan, standing his ground. You told me once that with my talent, you would have just paid me for it and been done with me. But I had money, so I could afford what others couldn't." "Get to the point," Mr. Sereph spat, his face still very close to Dylan's, close enough to make him afraid that he would bite him. "I take that to mean that you take these stories from other writers. I want his story. You can keep whatever else he has up there, but I want Darrow Feud. Take the rest. Take him. Take whatever you need, but I need that story." It was Mr. Sereth's turn to look taken aback, but his smile had returned. "Wake him up before whatever you gave him wears off," he said, and he took a familiar-looking book from his coat. "It might help if he's a little groggy when he makes this deal." Caldermain smiled as the lights came up, and Dylan was once again bathed in their glow. He was back, riding the euphoria of his high, and he never wanted to come down. He had finally done it. He had conquered his white whale, and as the crowd stopped clapping and the house band quieted, Caldermain turned to fix his regard on him. "I never thought I'd say this, but it's a pleasure to have you on the show again, Mr. Mandry, with your sequel to Darrow Farm." The crowd clapped again, and Dylan gave them a peek at the first cover. It had been the greatest 6 months of his life. He had received Malcolm's story in the usual way, but Mr. Sereph had refused any sort of payment. The book, oozing whatever it was that made up the person's talent, went into his coat, and out came a smaller one, which he handed to Dylan. "The boy's talent was substantial. This will help other writers and more than make up for your foolishness. I had never considered doing business like this, but you humans are always so inventive when it comes to the old sins. Please let me know if you stumble across any other tasty morsels in your class. The writing world truly is a tank of sharks, and their hunger is wide and deep." Malcolm had dropped out of his class the following week, and Dylan saw later that he had left the university altogether. He hoped the boy found something to take up his empty hours, but didn't really think about what he had done past that. All writers were liars, after all, and lying to themselves was no exception. So, it's been a decade or so since we sat in this very spot and brought up Darrow Farm. What led you to write a sequel after so long away from the source material? Well, Calder, inspiration is a fickle business. Sometimes it truly finds you when you least expect it. "It's out by the dumpster. You better send the money. I could get fired for this." Mark sighed as he read the message, pulling on his pants as he grabbed his car keys. He'd have to be quick before someone figured out what it was. Kevin hadn't been wrong. He and Mark could get in trouble for what they were about to do. Kevin could get fired, but Mark could very easily be arrested for trespassing. He didn't work at the prison anymore, and Stragview didn't forget slights upon its honor like someone quitting. It didn't matter, though. He needed that damn chair. Mark had been working at Stragview for about 2 years when he finally hit the big time. When you were a male and relatively consistent in your work schedule, it was only a matter of time before they put you in confinement. The show, as many of them called it, had 3 quads, one of them being permanently sealed off for some reason, and was the bustling hub of the prison. The 2 guards he worked with, Sergeant Martin and Officer Rack, were solid as well, and they quickly figured out that Mark was a whiz when it came to paperwork and computer stuff. Both the old-timers, his counterparts having 10+ years beyond the fence, were more about flipping cells and keeping down problems than signing forms and housing new arrivals. As such, Mark was left in the bubble most of the time to run the nerve center of the unit, while his new friends went to the floor for fun and games. Mark was pretty good at keeping it all between the ditches, and that was when he discovered his real passion. Mark had dabbled in writing for years, but something about being inside the epicenter of segregation really brought out the best in his writing. Mark found the process of bunking inmates to be pretty easy, and the paperwork was tedious, but not too complicated. He usually finished his work fairly early in the evening, which left him lots of time to hone his craft. He'd been working on the same novel for years, a bit of grimdark sci-fi set in his own little universe, but he'd never really been motivated to finish it. The novel was a hobby, something to pass the time when he had nothing better to do. And now, as he sat and watched the 2 go about their daily chores, he found that he suddenly had nothing better to do. He fell in with both feet, and night after night he found himself at the keyboard of the dorm computer as he banged out chapter after chapter. The longer he worked on it, the more he realized that what he was writing was actually pretty good. Better than good, even. He was writing better than he'd ever written, and whether it was the ambience or some latent ability coming out in him, Mark found the pages were coming together easily. The story was great, and the descriptions painted a picture of his universe that he had never thought possible. The few people he let read it couldn't believe that he'd been the one to write it, and they pressured him to submit it. "Who knows," Sergeant Martin said after looking over it before chow one morning, "you might actually make it out of this shithole with a story like this." Mark had laughed at the time, but he couldn't have guessed how right the man would be. Mark pulled into the parking lot and looked for the dumpster. Kevin said that he'd put it behind the green dumpster next to admin, and as he drove around the ominous wooden building, he saw the dumpster in question. The lids were open, and Mark could see the flies swarming from here. The bag sat, poking from the hole, black and glistening in the midday sun, and Mark hoped none of the smell would stick to his new chair. He had to be quick, he told himself, as he pulled up beside the dumpster and took one more look for anyone who might be watching. This was private property. If he was caught out here taking things from the dumpster, they could make trouble for him. He climbed out of the truck, a bag of trash in hand, as he approached the dumpster. He was just some guy from admin who was tossing some truck garbage, nothing out of the ordinary. As Mark came around to the side of the dumpster, letting the bag fly in a lazy arc, he saw what he had come for. The chair was beautiful, just as he remembered it. The wood on the armrests and the feet were stained a dark brown, the faux leather a deep, reverent blue. It would support his back and head, cradle it for maximum creativity. It hadn't changed a bit, and he wondered how they had let Kevin take it to the dumpster at all. A chair this pristine, this undamaged by careless boots and oversized backsides, came around once in a career. He suddenly didn't care who saw him. Mark lifted the chair gingerly and put it into the bed of the truck. He carried it the way he might his wife as he brought her over the threshold, and the blanket he had brought made for a buffer against the scratchy bed liner. As Mark lifted the tailgate, he couldn't help but smile at the chair as it lay there benignly. He had it, the last piece of the puzzle. Now he could finally get back to Mark? Mark stiffened, turning around slowly as a smile stretched painfully over his face. He recognized the voice, but her name escaped him. The smiling brunette was about a foot away from him, leaning out the window of her car as she greeted him. She'd been on Mark's shift. They had spoken many times on the occasions when he'd come to the captain's office or found himself on the yard, and Mark might have even considered asking her out once. Now she was an obstacle, one more thing to overcome, so he could return to his work. "I thought that was you! What's a big-time writer doing in a place like this?" Mark stepped closer to her car, grinning as he leaned down and hoped it looked natural. "Just had to come talk to HR about the rest of my vacation time. They still haven't paid me for all of it, and I could use the money until my royalty checks start evening out a little." He prayed silently behind that smile that she couldn't see the chair as it lay there in the bed of his F-150. It was his chair, and she couldn't have it. "I'm so jealous. We're so short-handed that I doubt I'll ever even get to use any of my vacation time. How have you been?" Good. Just enjoying doing what I love," he said, his mind screaming behind that smile. He had to go. He had to get out of here. He had to get back to what mattered. He made a little more small talk before she realized that she was going to be late and told Mark that she would see him around. He turned to go, glad to be free of her, when she suddenly called his name and brought him back around. He was like an overclocked spring, ready to snap if she so much as mentioned the chair. She had to have seen it. How could she not? It was beautiful, it was captivating, and anyone who saw it would have to have it. He'd kill her right here if she made him. He needed that chair. He'd snap her neck as she hung out the window if she... "Could you sign this for me?" she asked, taking a copy of his book off the passenger seat. "I'd been carrying it in the hopes I might see you around. It'd be great to have a signed copy." Mark sighed in relief, scratching his name on the inside cover before handing it back. He waved as she pulled off, wishing him well as she rolled towards the employee parking lot. She hadn't even found a spot before Mark was speeding out of the lot and back onto the road towards Kashmir. No more distractions. Mark had work to do. The book hadn't been an immediate success. No one had appeared to publish it. No fairy godmother had poofed into existence to make his dreams come true. Mark had shopped the novel around after proofing it for the 5th time and found someone willing to take a chance on a first-time writer. To their surprise, however, the novel had taken off after some shaky reception. It wasn't everyone's cup of tea. Grimdark tales rarely were. But as it found its audience, Mark was astonished at the praise he received. When the publisher called to let him know that he'd broken 1,000 copies, he was tickled. When they called a week later to inform him that it was more like 50,000 copies, Mark was astonished. When he hit the New York Times bestseller list, he had taken a 2-week vacation so he could do a few interviews on some local TV spots. When his agent called him to let him know that Amazon was interested in a TV adaptation, Mark knew he had arrived. By then, Mark was already writing his resignation letter. He was thankful to the prison and what they had helped him accomplish, but he would need more time to focus on his work. Amazon was hoping for his take on a script that they were putting together, and there were already rumblings for a sequel. The show writers were interested in a chance of a sequel too, and Mark figured he better get writing one. He already started the first couple of chapters, and as he said goodbye to Stragview, he thought his life might truly be about to begin. 2 weeks later, as he sat in front of his brand new computer with nothing to show for it, he started to wonder what had gone wrong. Mark tried everything in his power, but the ideas just wouldn't come. He tried taking his laptop to different places. He tried consuming different kinds of media or music as he wrote. He tried immersing himself in different genres, but nothing brought the muse back. His editor was clamoring for new pages, but Mark couldn't give him what he wanted. The Amazon reps were complaining that his notes on the script were lacking too. They wanted big ideas, concepts for the show. But Mark couldn't come up with anything. The more he racked his brain, the less work he seemed to do. And the only conclusion he could come up with was the last time he had found good output was when he had worked at Stragview. Mark cast that idea aside, though. That couldn't be it. The prison was such a hectic environment, an unpredictable setting, couldn't possibly be conducive to a productive writing environment. It had to be something else. That's how it all began. That was the start of the madness. He pulled his truck into the backyard and came to rest outside the large shed he had purchased. It was no humble storage shed, not by a long shot. And as he took the chair out of the bed of the truck, he felt giddy with anticipation. This was it, the final piece, the last thing he needed to make everything perfect. As the door came open, Mark looked once more upon the monstrosity he had created, and was proud. When he had contacted Kevin about getting some things, his old partner had been hesitant. Mark wanted pictures, layouts, specifics on brands of desks and computers, and Kevin had wanted to know why. Once Mark offered to pay him, though, the questions became a little less important. Mark had constructed the desk first, a long workspace made of formica and wood, every chip and every dig the same as the one that had sat in G-Dorm, thanks to Kevin's photos. Then the computer, an old 2005 model that Mark had picked up pretty cheap. Having it come with the same OS and program was a little more expensive, but nothing too ridiculous. Then came every basket, every folder, every coffee cup, every roach stain present on the booth, a microwave from a yard sale, a coffee pot from a Dollar General, paper and flyers, and all of them custom printed. It took months of work, but when Mark finally looked at the finished product, he knew he'd done it. When he sat down to work, however, he knew immediately something wasn't right. The windows had been wood instead of metal, but the computer monitors that he played the security footage through were a stroke of genius. The footage had been hard to talk Kevin into, but the money had gone a long way. Kevin was in a lot of debt, like most COs Mark knew, and the cash he was getting from this little project was likely helping him dig himself out of it. At least Mark hoped it was, but he really didn't care what Kevin wasted his money on. When the windows and the familiar views didn't help, that's when Mark realized what he needed. The chair was a piece of it, likely the most important, and as he sat down now, he felt sure this would be the moment he'd been waiting for. He booted up the computer, reveling in the old clicks and clacks that aged system made as it came up. He watched the inmates press their faces against the glass as Sergeant Martin and Kevin, Officer Rack, began their count for the day. He leaned back in the chair, closing his eyes as he soaked in the ambience, and knew that his moment had come. He opened Windows Office, selected a new document, and set to work. An hour later, he slammed his head against the desk and cried. The ideas wouldn't come. This had all been for nothing, an expensive nothing at all, and now he had nothing to show for it. He was sunk, finished, his candle quenched before its time. Quite an impressive setup you have here. He jumped as the voice wafted over him, and spun to find the warden leaning in the door of his shed. The warden was the last person he had expected to find here, and he stood up at attention before he could stop himself. The warden laughed, striding in as he took in the scene. He was such an odd creature, and the sight of him outside the walls of Stragview was a little alarming. The warden never left the compound. At least, Mark didn't think he had ever heard of him doing as much. Now he was here, standing inside Mark's shed and judging his efforts, and Mark wasn't sure what he expected. Security footage, pictures of secure locations within the prison, a chair with the maintenance ID still engraved upon it. I've got enough here to have the police put you away for a very long while. I could probably get Officer Rack too while I'm at it. But I've got a much better idea. Mark shuddered as he watched the man circle like a shark, still not sure what he expected. This isn't going to work, Officer Danbury. This hollow shell isn't going to give you what you need, and I think you understand that now, don't you? Mark nodded, hanging his head in defeat. You need the magic that hangs around Stragview, something you can't get from a chair and a desk. You happen to be in luck, because I need something as well. He stopped then, and as he smiled at Mark, he could swear the man's eyes glittered like brimstone. I need staff that are loyal to me, loyal to Stragview, staff who know that if they choose to desert me, I can take that which they covet at a moment's notice. You want to write, to continue to grow your star. You need Stragview as much as it needs you." The two stood and stared at each other for a count of 5 before Mark asked the question the old shark had been waiting for. "When do I start?" "Oh, you'll have to go through orientation again, since you've quit. You might even have to prove to your old captain that you belong in confinement again, but I think you'll make it back, sooner than you think. Orientation for new hires starts Monday, and I'll expect you in the training building promptly at 5 a.m. Mark wanted to protest, but he knew now what the price for disobedience would be. He nodded, watching the warden step out of his shed as he walked towards the road. Mark saw no car, no means of conveyance, and wondered how the old imp had gotten here so quickly. "And Officer Danbury," the warden said, drawing Mark up sharply, "next time you think about leaving to pursue greener pastures, remember how far the warden's grass stretches." The warden left him to his contemplation then, smiling as he felt the weight settle on his newest acolyte's soul. None of them understood the magic of Stragview better than he. It was why he'd built the prison there in the first place. Some of them might tap into that deep wellspring that lay beneath Stragview, but none of them would ever understand it. It gave them visions, it helped them thrive, but in the end, it only added strings that the warden could use to make them dance.